Perfect, thank you, thank you. We'll await Alexander's return with hopefully the same conclusion.
Indeed.
Excellent. Okay, so we're back to the invasion. That's the one we're on.
Good eve news.
Throw that around. Yay!
Ooh, I had to use my notebook for something else.
Dare I ask?
It was inclusivity training at work.
Ooh.
Which we were told to be there for 9 o'clock and bring pens and something to write, something to take notes on.
Mm-hmm.
And by 10 o'clock, the people were starting to arrive and get ready to do their talk, and then handed out pens and paper. So it's like,
hey, Siren.
Fun. And yeah, welcome. Welcome, Siren. I have been recently introducing Siren to Lower Decks. Yes. It's been going well. We're 5 episodes in.
Oh, it's so good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I really didn't expect to like it as much as I did.
Yeah, it's pretty solid.
And like, I was so happy that the second season, I did think was just better. Like,
yeah.
It did actually grow.
Yeah, it's because the first season has to convince you that they know what Star Trek is. And then season 2 can actually settle in to the characters they've introduced you to already, which was nice. They get to embellish them more. It was good. I'm looking forward to season 3, hopefully sometime early this year, but it won't be. It'll probably be August at the very earliest.
I saw one of the people in it in something recently. I was like,
Space Force.
No, you told me that,
Yes.
and then that was kind of mind blowing. But
Yeah.
I recognized someone else in the wild.
Okay.
Rutherford. I'm trying to remember what he was in.
Oh, really? I don't even know who his voice actor is.
He's in loads.
Okay.
You'll recognize his face.
Okie dokie. He is just so good. Anyway, welcome to the Invasion Session 84. It is the 23rd, 23rd of March, 2022. I'm Ryan, the GM. Here are the players.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be playing Fleabite the Skaven, who's still pretty terrible at everything.
Evening, everyone. I'm Chris, and I will be playing Keldrath, the Dragonborn Monk.
And hello, I am Colin. I will be playing Vanger, the Dwarven Clericy Druid.
Yay!
Cleric.
And yes, he has been in everything. He was in Loki.
Yes, yeah.
That's who he was. Okay, cool. I'm now aware of who that person was. And now I can unhear and see their face together. Yep, well done them. Right, what else was I doing? I was posting things in other places. That's what I was doing. What do you remember from the last time we played?
We won.
Yay!
We lived!
Yay! Success was had. Did you play catch up on like the 5 minutes you missed, Alexander?
Yeah, for the most part. Didn't seem to miss all that much.
Yeah, that's kind of why I prefaced it that way. It wasn't really that much, to be honest, at all. Mostly just sneaking back to the library and having...
Sophine's poor wee face.
Betuve, but yes.
Yes.
Sophie may also have a poor wee face, but also it's currently Betuve. Oh dear. It's weird that it's like Sophie comes to mind so much easier than Betuve. I don't know why that is.
For me, it's because it was in the goals.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I'm glad you brought goals up. So goals. Do you want to go over them?
The general goals are to free the Baru from the Illithid, which feel like, one at a time, again there. Ascertain relationship with Illithid and Baru leadership, again, one at a time. We attempt to meet with Sufim to use our remaining wish and secure a safe exit from Barus City.
Yes. And your personal one?
Fleabite's personal goal is to care for the dragon till self-sufficient.
Yes. Keldrath?
Arrange a meeting with the Brew Resistance leadership. I keep
Yeah.
saying just never mind. Yeah.
I think it's the cadence of the sentence just makes you feel like
Yeah.
you're done by the time you get at the end of resistance. Ironically, the resistance of the word knackers you. Vanger?
Obtain a suitable magic weapon.
Yay! So those are our goals. Right. So, we had the last session end with you guys getting back to, as I said, the kind of sequestered library. Somewhat trashed, as it may be. Like a hole
That's
in the
just
wall.
us.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you're in a fairly good condition, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like,
Mhm.
you did fairly well. Got through it pretty unscathed, to be honest. I think it was.
Yeah, definitely in relative terms.
In relative terms.
Yeah, like, because I mean, it was only the AoEs that you can't fully dodge that I think I got you with. So yeah. Although in saying that, I think one of the robots did poke you once. I think. I think I landed. Yeah, I was gonna say. I think I landed one hit on you for them.
Yeah.
Before they were just toasted. So. Yeah. What are we up to then? These are there. We've had. I want to say I said Batuv just basically swore in Baru. I mean, contextually, it was obviously easy to understand it. It was just like, fuck, when he saw the state of the library. So, yeah. What's the plan? Do you want to have like? Do you want to like zoom in straight away? Do you just want to have maybe taken a short rest by this point? Like, you tell me how much time you want to
Does
spend.
it even matter? Well, I guess. Did you use any spell slots, young Padawan?
Actually did.
Yeah.
For all the good it did. That's
Had you been subject to an attack roll at any
yeah.
point, you would have been in a good position, despite the fact that you were stunned. It was good that you got that, shield up first, with your.
Hey, Channel
Nice.
Divinity comes back, so I'm happy to have a short rest.
But it just
I
depends.
need a
on-
short rest from my key points, so
Yeah, all of them just magically come back. Yeah, fucking monks. Oh, they're so economic. But yeah, so to be fair, as much as I want to shit on monks a lot for getting that recharge, which is insane, that is their entire class, is those points. They don't generally get anything like super Kamehameha. They're just consistently good at what they do. And that's the life
To
of a
be
monk.
fair, if any class did get the Kamehameha blast wave, it would be monks.
You would think so, right? Some of the subclasses get it as like a once per day type move, or like for like a big chunk of key points. But yeah,
I suppose that's where the Dragonborn has come into me.
Yeah.
My lightning
It's-
strike that hurts. There's
It-
not much else going.
it does add a really nice addition to your repertoire, though, having the Dragonborn elements to you, which is good. It is very good. But yes, so what would you like to do? Do you want to like time skip, or do you just want to like actually make use of the time? Because remember, time skipping just means you're letting the world outside the library develop out with your interference. But
I mean,
these are
we should
pretty
at least
badly
skip a
fucked
few
up.
hours because we probably do need at least some sort of a rest.
Also, I don't know if you did watch all the rolls I made for you, Alexander, but I did roll to see how long it would take for you to get out of your stuff. I failed every single one of them.
Yeah, no, I did see that.
Yeah.
Like, there was a crit fail as well at one point, I think, yeah.
Yep. I was like, well, this is going well. I even had like Batuv rolling like medicine checks to see if you could get like a normal. No, he rolled terribly too. It was obviously panicky. So, yeah, I tried, but it wasn't to be. But then the stun wore off, and like just the turn after your mirror image wore off, so it was fine. But yeah, so I think I'll start the scene then by just having Batuv having exhaled the Baruvian for fuck, and then he just sits down, just sits and kind of just stares at the middle distance.
Yeah, it's about right.
And like I think there's like a quiet moment, and then he says, "I know you said it was bad, but seeing it's something else." He just like nods his head slowly at the ground. Like you can tell he can't look at it.
Some questions, I'm afraid, were raised when our dragon friend started eating. You said that these crystals weren't magic.
Gembite hides its head, like
Gembite.
tucks its head in.
As he devoured them, his power and his strength got stronger and stronger, as though he was feeding off of magic.
You can tell, like, he can hear you, but whether he's listening, is maybe he's maybe still a bit just that step away in his head.
I'll just leave that one hanging then, and then
Yeah.
I'll wander away into a corner, and I'm
Take a
going to take
moment
a
to
short
rest.
rest with half an hour meditation.
I'm feeling a little worse for the wear still. I feel like I could do a nice sit down. I'll go and just plonk myself up against the wall, slouch back.
So, the thing to consider as well, guys, is I think from when we were last discussing a long rest, you needed 26 hours at that point, right? If we factor in getting to that room and back and the fight, you're probably only down to like 23 hours at most that you have used up realistically. So
I'm
you're.
just suggesting a short rest here because it would benefit us.
I know. I just wanted to let you know your full options here, so you can still make like informed decisions. But if you wanted to long rest, you would need to take. It would finish in 23 hours, is what I'm saying.
Mhm.
Just because.
I mean, that's going to be one of my first questions once I come out of this short rest.
Right, so you
is,
definitely all want to take that first short rest.
Yeah, we can talk while we short rest.
Yep, you can do it, and you can spend hit dice, remember.
Mhm.
So
And believe it or not, I want to do that.
right, so I'm just going to write short rest, okay, and I'll put our timer down to 22 hours for the big long rest. Okay, so let's deal with all the admin bit first. We can do the roleplay bit second, right? So Colin, you said hit dice, so if you want to go for it, let's go step by step if you want.
1.
Ah.
2. What are the rules? Is there a limit that I could spend in the short rest?
No, it's just
No,
you only
it's
get
just as
half
many as
back
you
on a
have.
long rest. Remember.
Yeah, okay. So that's 10. You know what? I'm going to keep rolling. 16. 20. 24, sorry.
34.
34. Still have one left, okay. 40. I'm going to do that. That sounds great. Used them all. Happy with that. Because that puts me over half health.
I think we did discuss that it probably, again, consider this a very strong, soft rule. If you're bloodied or less, you should be trying to get unbloodied on a short rest. I think that is a good soft
I
rule.
agree.
But it's not like, if you don't want to do it, I'm not going to force them to spend their hit dice if they don't want to. But I do think it's a good soft rule, is that if you're under half health, you should be trying to get
Maybe
back to.
Spent the time bashing my head into a wall, that's why I'm not.
Mhm.
No, I think he definitely would, because I mean he's the shit kicked out of him, right? Excuse my language. Sorry, Amazon. He's
Sorry,
clearly
the Amazon.
infatuated.
Yes.
Sorry to the Rainforest.
Okay. Fleabite, you gonna spend some?
I think that's a good idea.
I know it's a resource that you're not often fond to spend, but it's probably worthwhile. Well, let's do this. A bad start. It's not bad, not bad.
Yeah, I think that'll do. Because that gets me like 38 health back, I think.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Yep, 38. Unless I've counted wrong. I think you were reasonably situated health-wise anyway.
I'm also gonna get a spell back.
The joys of a short rest.
And I'll use my bonus action to regain side eye
Mm-hmm.
and then after the end of this short rest, I'll get that ability back. So it's just a
Oh, la-di-da. You and your short rest powers. Warlocks, am I right?
That's actually a rogue thing, I think he's
Yeah.
using.
Is it?
yeah.
Yeah.
War rogues.
Wall rogues.
War
Roguelocks. Yes.
Yeah. Warloga, I think, is the old English that the warlocks
Mm.
derive from, isn't it? Warloga or something like that.
I am not sure. I am not
Right,
too
run
sure.
through hit dice for me, please. I'm going to roll a couple.
Okay, so you don't need to decide how many you're spending at once. You can take them individually. So you hit the hit dice button, and it will roll your hit dice, and this chooses health you can get back. Okay. So you have as many as your level in those
And
hit
it
dice.
counts them down for you, which is very helpful actually.
It is.
On certain versions of the sheet. Yes.
Right.
I think he has that version of the sheet. I'm just going to double check now. In theory, yes, you should have that version of the sheet.
Only in theory, Cap.
So it says here you've got 5 available because I'm assuming you must
Yeah,
have
that's
failed
right.
on the previous one. Yep. So you can start with 1 and see how you go. So if you click the button and then just click 1.
See where this one takes me.
Apparently you rolled.
53 plus 9 is 62. I'll leave it there.
Why did you? So you rolled 2?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Apparently I missed all that.
Ah.
I got an 8 and a 9.
Yep. You happy
Yeah,
with that?
it's just
Yeah.
up.
Yeah. So that'll take me up to 62.
Thanks for a minute for me.
I'm happy sitting there. That's
And it
a
should
couple
say
short of my
3.
full.
And it should say 3 of whatever left.
4.
3 of 9.
4 of 9.
It should be.
I started with 6. You missed
Right, I must have missed that, yeah, when I went in.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
cool. No worries.
that leaves me in 62 of 66.
Yeah, I much prefer that setting on the sheet, Alexander, because it does at least track something for the player, which is nice. They are badly needing to catch up, though, with, see, just the idea of a short rest and a long rest button. Like I know that Beyond has that. My only issue is the more the system takes all that from the player, the less the player understands of how their character actually works. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, what do I have back? Well, I pushed the button. So yeah.
Push baton.
Yes. Okay, so
Push baton, I get thing.
now that
I'm
we've...
also going to add all my key points back up again.
Yep, you get them back on a short rest because monks are bullshit.
It's literally all coming back to you now.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Remember, Gembite is bloodied.
Tell him to spend some.
Gembite doesn't have hit dice to spend
Force.
because Gembite isn't a PC.
Classic NPC behavior.
Yep.
So then, in that case, after my short rest, I'm going to wander over to him with my last healing potion. And I'm
Okay.
going to open up the healing potion and let him sup from that.
And you know what? Considering the amount of health he has, probably could do with more. So, Vanger is going to remember that he had another healing potion
Okay.
using the power of chat.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I like it. Do you both
He
want to
tests a couple of bottles absent-mindedly,
Mhm.
and is like, "Actually, this one's all right." He sort of saunters over to Gembite, and
Yep, you uncork the bottles of the potions. The same effect happens before, like where it leaves a kind of like mulch behind. It seems to like drain the essence out of it. The vapor like gets absorbed by Gembite. Can you both roll the 2d4 plus 2?
yep.
Cool.
That's literally the worst possible roll.
It's still 4 more health than they had.
Tell me what I'm typing here. So
Or
open
more
brackets.
health.
So it's /R space 2d4 plus 2. Enter.
This isn't going to work. Nope. Try again.
Okay, so / R, the letter R for Romeo, and then space 2d4 plus 2. Yep. There you go.
Fleabite will likewise.
Your rolls are like that came through twice. Oh wait, no, sorry, you. That's Fleabite. I couldn't. I just thought for some reason Keldrath was coming through twice there. No, okay. What's Fleabite doing?
Fleabite will also contribute a portion.
All three of you, like the wise
We're all
men.
just finding them just lying all over the place. Like, where did we get all of these?
And Chris like, maybe I wasn't in such trouble in that fight as this.
Pulling bottles out of pockets he didn't even know he had.
Oh man, these could have been spells you could have cast. These bottles. Oh dear. What's the total here? What's that, like 16?
Yeah.
Okay. What are you gonna say?
Can Fleabite collect all the demagicked potions?
I don't know. Am they gonna wrestle you for them? That's
If you ask for them, I've already got one, so that'll be 2 I have. I will happily hand over my potion mulch. Sorry, potion goop. I have described it as.
okay. That's fine.
I am now
Yeah,
without potion goop.
I will do the same.
You have 2 times potion goop from me,
Oh, okay.
1 times potion goop from him, and a potion goop from yourself. So you have 4 potion goops.
To add to the one that I already had.
Oh,
5 potion groups.
It's French, so it's potions goop.
Yes. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, that was a bad
Potions
joke.
des goop. Yes. So
It's actually Culves de Sac.
oh dear.
That's true. It is.
I'm going to stick something in the chat just because.
I'm also going to let you know that Gembite is still bloodied, just so you know.
To be fair, this isn't a lot that we've
No.
given him.
It's only just to let you know that
comparative.
obviously you would be able to tell if they looked better than bloodied.
Does he look better at all?
Yes, it definitely looks better with the addition of that
Yeah.
energy, but definitely not like looking like you want to take him into a fight again.
Yeah. So, but just we aren't thinking that he's not gaining the benefit. It's just that it's obviously a long way to go.
Yeah, it's like drop in the ocean rather than no effect at all. Yeah. But definitely better with than without, necessarily.
We sneak in my crystal. Let's stay away from that conversation just now.
Yeah,
We'll
let's.
face that in a minute. I'm going to stick
Do it
this.
behind my back, please.
Remember, players can
Just-
talk about it. So long as Batuve doesn't hear it with his, good elephant hearing.
The elephants actually have good hearing.
With those size of ears?
The Baru don't. They do get, I think it's keen sense of smell through their trunk, I think, as a racial, but they don't get,
Yeah, I think so.
yeah.
To be fair, yeah, like why have a trunk if you're not going to be good
Yeah.
with it?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess having a prehensile thing attached to your face is handy.
'Kay.
She said.
Okay.
What are martial arts dice? What would you say they were? Is that just my.
So that is like your unarmed combat and everything that
Yeah,
you roll,
that's
or
what I
like your
thought.
weapon. So you have a table. So on what you're level 9 monk.
Martial arts die.
So see if you go into it's now the compendium tab on Roll20, the one that's the information symbol, top right. So
Mm-hmm.
if you go there, type in monk, it'll tell you class is monk, or even class is monk's good enough. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You click on that, and you scroll down the pop-up. You'll get to the table. And this is the table that is very handy to refer to anytime you get stuck on these things. See the martial arts column?
Yeah, 1d6.
Yeah, so that's what I meant by when you're using monk weaponry and like your fists and stuff. It should always be this die that you're going with, unless the weapon itself is better. Because that's the joy of being a monk. You make it more dangerous, the weapon. So yeah, at the moment it's a d6. That would be. So it means that you get to roll that as part of that ability, which is really cool, to be honest. It's a really cool monk ability.
Yep.
Fucking
indeed.
monks. Just. Yeah. Right. So the only thing they're missing is the same health pool a paladin gets away with. It's the only thing they're missing to be as good as a paladin. It's insane. Right, so the hour. What do you chat about?
Oh, stuff. Well, probably should talk about what we're planning to do.
I'd like to. Well, I will say, Batuv. As you can see, my companions are still a bit battered and bruised. Is there any healing within Barris? Is there anything?
And he kind of like
Any?
is like shakes his head a bit, like, and looks at you as if he's just coming back to the room himself, and he says, "Just as I mentioned before, in the suite, we have healers, but I fear the attention we would gather would not be welcomed."
I'm wishing that.
We're in a difficult situation then, where as Vanger has said, the Illithid have seen us in action. You did say that once one sees, everybody they all see.
Aye. As far
So
as I understand.
So they will more or less at least know mine and Gembite's capabilities. Yourself and Fleabite are still a little unknown to them, but that's only of any use to us if you're at full strength. How do we get you back to full strength without staying in here for days?
Well, still got that ring.
I'm just going to roll the ring around in my fingers, thinking, is that a...
Such a small thing.
Yeah.
Maybe
Because so many
best use of
problems. And then, yeah. What are our aims now?
The city is potentially still in danger so long as they loom overhead. I think we must do what we can to protect Paris. They understand what we've done already, and I'm sure probably have an inkling or will soon. In fact, even just fight may be enough to antagonize them for action. I suspect in the dragon and the fight with Enf, they're going to be quite aggrieved. Now, combine that with the possibility that they'll uncover that we've been able to interfere their plans more than they might have realised so far. They're going to want to do something about us, but moreover, civilians might be more expendable to them. They were. I'm sorry to say that one of the reasons for their more humane methods of influence is that the dead are of no use to them. They need living hosts.
But Tuve looks a bit
But if
horrified at this.
you are protected, that's one less reason for them to be peaceable.
But Tuv just looks at it and just says, "Why do you think they came here?"
That troubles me.
I think
What was-
Fleabite will very obviously look at Gembite.
Saw down that corridor. He looks at the considerable hole in the wall.
Hmm.
Might have your answer in there.
He like chances a look at the wrecked wall, and then looks back and goes, like almost like you could see his like trunk straightening out with his sigh as he does that, as if trying to psych himself up a bit, steel
How do
himself
you
against
kind
it.
see in the dark?
With assistance normally.
Right. Well. Do you have any torches?
Yes,
Aye.
yes, I do. I have 7 left.
Two rummages
Someone,
around in his pockets and pulls out like, a kind of, almost like a kind of like metallic disc thing.
Okay.
And he just like clicks it in, and with like almost like a kind of lid of a jar. You hear the click, and it just starts emanating light. Not much,
Oh,
but like,
alright. Well, that's handy. Glad you came prepared. Oh, sort of getting back up, stretching. Let's go have a wee look.
you can tell he just looks at the amount of wreckage between where he is and where that hole is. And you can just see that his eyes are like darting along the ground as if, where would I step? He's a wee bit paralysed in the moment.
Oh, I know, but there's no more damage you can do.
He just like starts picking up crystals and like setting them on shelves and stuff and moving like bits of broken shelf, and he just starts busying himself.
I'll try and give him a hand, but honestly, I'm probably more at this point.
Yeah, I'll give him a hand as well. I'll help tidy up, especially the crystals.
Okay.
Maybe pocket one for Gembite. But
Do you want to pocket one for Gembite? Yeah.
no, I don't. I think
It's,
that'd just be cruel.
Did you pick up the ones that we chucked on the floor last time?
Well, I
We
said
did.
that he would have if you didn't,
Yes.
but you were not stunned. I don't know if you watched the scene where Gembite had clearly picked the crystals up and dropped them on you while you were stunned,
Right. That's that.
as if Gembite was trying to like help
Mhm.
you. But no, it didn't help because you were stunned and you just got hit with crystals basically. So they would have clinked at Fleabite's feet, and then you would have unstunned. So realistically, it's up to you who has them between the two. I did say I would give Alexander a fair shout at it since Fleabite was at them. So if
I've
you have,
got 2 in my notes, but I've got no problem taking them off my notes. Fleabite got them, then it makes as much sense if he wasn't stunned for him to have them.
because the vibe I got was you just don't want them left behind ultimately.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
was Fleabite coherent enough to have taken them, or are they
Probably
counteracts?
not. I think I prefer Fleabite to have probably been unstunned and then still, in a manner of speaking, rather stunned.
Mhm. Yeah. Shaken, not stunned.
Yes.
Yes. Gembite mostly manoeuvring you with headbutts. So yeah, you can still retain ownership of them. Good. So yeah, like after like maybe 10 minutes of fussing, it doesn't look that much better, but stuff isn't just all over the floor. It's like sat on like the tables and stuff, which the ones that survived, and bits of the shelves and stuff are at least at the side, so you can just walk up and down without standing on like bits of wood or crystals. And it's mostly because you did clean up the stuff Gembite wrecked, but then there was the hole that got trashed,
Yeah.
and that caused obviously an entire like shelf to like be collapsed under Gembite's weight. So yeah, There's a bit more mess. So you head through. I take it. Is that the plan?
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
help him through.
And yeah, like he's both head down. He's got his little. If you've got your, I'm assuming you don't have a torch because you've got dark vision. Or
Yeah.
used. He's got his little kind of like light emitting device, that gives off like maybe like 10 foot of bright light. And as you just wander down, are Kelgrath and Fleabite following?
I imagine so. I don't see any reason for. I kind of do want to do something, but no, it's too dangerous. So I'm going to fall behind you.
Was it shovel all of the gems into Gembite while he was away?
No, I want to leave the room and go and try and find Supreme, but that's just
Right,
too
okay.
mad. So no, I'm not going to do that.
You can run up and down walls. What isn't mad,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, Fleabite,
Yeah, I guess come to.
Gembite. What are you doing with Gembite?
I encourage him to have a wee rest if we can.
As I said, Gembite still looks pretty badly beat up. Like, Batuv looks beat up, but Batuv isn't blooded. But he did take damage, but he ain't blooded. So he's still like relatively together. He's just a bit shaken as well. But yeah, because I never mentioned his condition up until this point. But he was like hit with that psychic wave the first time. So yeah, you all head through. I guess. If there's a-
Well, Fleabite can stay with Gembite. I'm not sure I want to leave Gembite alone.
Yeah, that's fair.
would you? But would Fleabite follow the group and tell Gembite to come with, or would you hang back? What do you think is more likely? Because it does involve splitting the party.
Well, in my mind, leaving Gembite is splitting the party.
Also,
but you
it's
don't
not
have
like
to.
We're exactly far apart, right?
It's just
You
like
could just
the-
encourage Gembite to come with you, though. Like if you wanted.
just is Gembite going to fit down? Did he grow a bit since?
No.
I don't think he has.
Okay.
Nope.
I just remember it was already quite tight for him.
In that room, yes. The corridor was reasonably roomy
Okay.
to get down, but you would still have to like squeeze past him. Yeah.
Well, then I think we just encourage Gembite to come with.
Okay. Okay. So we'll have you two at the back then. And yeah, you're wandering down, and then like you can see like Batuv is like just admiring like the stonework and stuff, and he kind of like muttering away to himself, and he says, "Forgive me for not translating. The stonework's ancient."
Ancient indeed.
Shakes his head a bit in like disbelief, and he goes, "This is well, it's very, very early Genasi."
Oh, this. Right behind your library.
It is
You remember we asked if the library was built to hide something?
kind of like shakes his head and he goes, it was a wonder that such a room was constructed to be concealed, but not something too unusual for a palace, you see. I figured it was merely somewhere valuables may have been stored once.
And that you're correct.
But for it to be a facade to something more. He's got like his hand on the stone, like he's feeling it. He's clearly having a small moment, you know, like he's obviously enjoying the escapism from the dread that was the library. He kind of turns around and goes, "Oh yes, sorry. It's one thing to read about such things, you see."
Oh, that wasn't Vanguard clearing. So
No,
that was
it
me.
100% totally is though, because it was way funnier. Because Batuv will just stand there with his hand on the stone until somebody did something. So I liked the anger just clearing his throat, even if it wasn't intentional.
Okay.
Um,
Come on, we've got to see.
kind of takes a breath and heads on.
Ahead is where we found the cradle. But there is so much more.
And he kind of shakes his to think all these years of studying it, to have it not so far from me. He kind of just seems like bewildered a bit by everything. And then eventually, after some time, you get to like where the door once stood. The thing that like the big stone slab that slid into the floor. And he kind of looks at it and he says, "This has been moved recently. Was this closed when you found it?"
It was.
He like runs his hand down like the seam of the wall and such. And he kind of like just turns back and says, "This is slightly more primitive version of the library door. Clearly built long before." And then eventually
You in.
yeah, and then he'll follow you in, and obviously it's not super big, the room, so when his light source eventually like illuminates the plinth in the middle and like
Also, a bunch of my stuff's abandoned here.
yes. And yeah, like it's all illuminated by the time he gets in. And he looks around and he's like, "Oh." You can tell he's like, was not ready for that. Because his eyes obviously are drawn to the plinth in the middle immediately, and then eventually, like the light hits the 5 bodies that are around the room, and he's a bit like, "Oh," and then you just wait for it, where the camera does the panning shot, then eventually gets round to the illithid body, and he takes like a couple of steps back, quite alarmed, as if, "Oh, given how well preserved these bodies are, that's quite startling visual.
Oh yeah.
After what he's been through.
See anything interesting?
And like, there's probably like the equivalent of like a yelp through his trunk as his reaction hits him. So there's
they're quite harmless. He says diplomatically.
And like he's like holding his little light source in one hand, and his other hand's like kind of like trying to like straighten out his trunk a little bit, almost like holding it for comfort. And he goes, "I wasn't quite expecting this." And he gestures to the illithid.
Seems they may have a common origin with the Genasi.
He looks at you and goes, "Do you believe them the 5th?
Perhaps. There's a logic to it, isn't there?"
He shakes his head in kind of disbelief and goes, "There are... Well, the early Baru considered them folktales by the time they were written and passed down. The Genasi were thought of as 5 originally, and then 4. But no one knew why. And after a while, 4 is all that was known. 5 became rumour." He starts like looking over the plinth and stuff. You can clearly tell like he's trying to like follow the structure of like the carvings in it.
Earth, fire.
And none of those elements are there. As soon as you just put those items in, those little glowy like elements that were above, all kind of like vanished. For the obviously cradle to open. And he starts like, yeah, as you were saying them all out loud, he's like,
Water.
"Is this where the cradle was?" And he like pats the top of the plinth that's opened up.
Aye.
He like takes like a step back and just like to try and almost take the whole room in. He's clearly like somebody that's just discovered like one of the best discoveries in their entire career. He does take a moment to like just soak in the wonder. You can tell like if he had been through a battle, you wouldn't be able to tell it now, given his
We all
behaviour.
had to give something up was an offer. It was a puzzle. We could have had prizes.
Yeah, and he
or
goes
we
back
could
to the
sacrifice.
he goes back to the plinth and he goes, yes, these treasures or treasured ones. As he's pointing out various runes.
In exchange for their greatest work.
And he looks over at Kildrath and gestures to just him in general, being like, yeah. The cradle, yes?
Aye.
I'll nod. Believe so. Believe so.
And so, with the Credo, we're able to prevent them creating more.
He looks at you and goes, how? You mentioned that they utilised living people.
Aye.
You didn't say what for specifically.
Well, I should have mentioned before that they are parasitic.
And he just goes, ah. Like he's obviously piecing it together. How did you stop this then?
Credo's power lies in a simple magic with one of unbelievable, well, power. It's each gem contains the power of the wish.
Kind of looks like you're talking fairy tales, but then kind of obviously is trying to push past his own skepticism.
They used one prior to locking it away.
No doubt
We have
dragons, he
used
mentions.
another. I wished for protection from from the changes that they.
Do we think it has worked?
I believe so. I can still feel the effects on me. It was quite profound. My magics, even now, don't know that I can. I don't know that I have the strength in me to cast more than a few minor spells without keeling over, frankly. Aye. There was a cost. Price paid. I believe it's worth. But it'll take them a little while to realise that. Might be hours. Might be days. Probably won't be terribly long.
You think,
Not after
and he starts
I tried
speaking, he
to
says,
taunt them.
you think they elicited this much a threat that you used their work for this? You are nobler than most, it would seem. So many would have used it for
Well.
selfish reasons.
I thank you very much for saying so.
And he's still his eyes are trying to take in everything about these bodies and stuff. Like he's not getting too close to them, but he is walking as around them as he can get.
Truthfully, had another man held it in their hands, they may have decided simply to be rid of the elephant. But I couldn't take that step. Whatever they are, however dangerous they may be to others, it's not a decision I could make. Perhaps it'd be easier if I could have done. Ground.
He's got his hand on the side of the kind of slab that the Earth Genasi is lying on. just like turns his body to like look at you and he says, "You may just have saved my people, Vanger, and everyone else of this world."
Certainly hope that what we've done is the first step.
And you say this item, this cradle, has power still?
Geldrath.
Yeah, I'll bring
I mean-
the ring out again and I'll show it. And then explain to him that after Vanger used the ring, that one of the gems darkened. So that we believe this last one gives us one more wish.
And what would you do with it?
It's a burden, isn't it?
He looks at you like slightly panic-stricken by that question, and he says, "I am finding it quite difficult to prioritize what I would ask for."
My first instinct is to restore your people's library, Frank. But
There is definitely like a physical reaction to that, but he doesn't say anything.
there's so much danger yet at hand. There are other horrors in this world. Creatures more unnatural than Illithid don't present as great or as present a threat. People who need aid. Lives needn't be lost. There's so much that it could do. Choice is paralyzing. I'm fortunate that it's no longer in my hands.
He
I'm
looks
not
at,
sure I want it in mine.
and then, like, I think he looks at you when you say that, Kildrath, because he was like gonna like ask Vanger or something there, but then when you said that, he looks at you and goes, and maybe it dawns on him as well. Goes, "I don't know if I could speak to anyone with the right to use this power. I believe the fact that you were the first to use it, Vanger, is perhaps a blessing. If you were to forgive the term." And he kind of like shrugs awkwardly.
Right.
And because you know that'd be a weird term for a Baru to use.
And I think that's exactly why he
Yeah.
used, because it's maybe more appropriate to him than it is for a Burry to say it.
Yeah, and then he says, "I don't even know if I can believe that I would do right by it, by everyone of this world. It is indeed a crushing burden." He looks to Fleabite. What's Fleabite doing?
Leaning against Gembite,
Get
regarding
another
him
short rest.
skeptically, because it's still very much some trust issues.
Okay.
Not entirely sure bringing him here was the best idea.
It may not have been. There's a possibility, but yeah,
Fleabite
he
uses
seems like a nice
skepticism.
enough guy. And if he's still being controlled, that would be unfortunate. But
Yeah, it's not him necessarily that I distrust. It's what may be working, what we know has worked through him.
yes,
You'd expect him to be a bit more grabby, though, wouldn't you? If he was being, used.
maybe they're just smart enough to play the long game. Who knows? But
Maybe they are. Whoever they are. Probably the Illithid, though. So, probably. Except the Greys. Just here as well.
probably, yeah.
I do think player agency, like,
Yeah, go for it.
we don't ever hand the ring over to anyone ever, no matter how nice they are.
No, that's fair.
Didn't you already give it to him upstairs?
Yeah, we did for
Yeah.
a short while.
Ah,
Like-
did you?
Yeah, he's held it.
Yeah.
Oh
You,
yeah.
you said you'd caught up,
actually.
Alexander. You lied.
I thought I had as well. I missed that.
You missed all the clearly important bits. Like Gembite being adorable and trying to help you. Oh dear. But yes, so
Okay, from now on.
so yeah, he has held it and he's handed it back. Like this has been something that he because he knew it was called the Cradle, remember?
Mhm.
Like he's clearly studied up on the Genasi. So say this guy is, pretty big scholar. But yes, this is even he looks like analysis paralysis out of his nut, given what you have just mentioned alone. Even he's like, I don't even know where I would start, or even think am I even the right person to even have an idea where to start? So yeah, he's definitely a bit caught up in his own head that way.
We should use it sooner rather than later. Is a determination I think we all agreed on because, well,
Well, in the wrong hands,
quite
yes.
simply,
Anything could have happened.
indeed,
He just nods. More to himself
if
than
we
anybody
lost
else.
that fight, the Illithid had it in their power.
It kind of like dawns on him, like you can see the almost terror in his face. Yes, quite the It was lucky we didn't lose that fight then. And by that I mean my thanks again, Keldrath.
I simply defended us. I had no intentions of fighting there until
He gestures with his
Yes.
hand to the ring that you're holding. He goes, I think you defended more than us. I think you defended everyone. And he gives like an awkward look to the Illithid before he says 10th. If 10th had taken that from you, I don't even want to guess at what dark thoughts his plans may be.
Acquitted yourself very well, Keldon. I trust you've found a way to use it. Had you feared there was no other way to avoid it falling into his hand?
it did run through my mind that I would have used it with my last breath to wish us out of there or all healed so that we could continue the battle, but it seemed we didn't need it. And I'm glad in some ways that we didn't need it, but in other ways I wish it was gone from me. I did not say wish it was gone from me, too likely.
Like, every time you've said I wish or could
Yeah,
wish,
I
think
know.
everyone's cringing.
I know.
No, no,
don't say that yet.
Oh dear.
But Tuv, in your research, do you know why was there ever a reason given for the creation of the dragons? I ask because, as you just said, the Genasi were 5, yet we only, in our short histories, know of 4. I'm just wondering if the dragons were created for a reason. To eliminate the Illithid. I
Like
don't know,
something
I don't
dawns on
know,
his
I-
head, like something dawns in his eyes when you're saying it. Like he's maybe never considered that order of things before. It says, "You believe the 4 and the 5th were not. They were perhaps at odds. Is this what you're implying?"
My head is going in that direction. There is a mystery here that is unresolved.
And you can tell he's struggling to like rack his brain right the way he's acting. He goes, "There are many who believe there was a conflict between the factions But with so little evidence to support the existence of a fifth, it was hard to justify. I can't imagine something so awful as to turn against your own kind in such a manner, though. And he gestures back to the pedestal in the middle, and he goes, "But this implies the 5 of them worked together."
Or the ring was used to trap,
Aye.
He looks
to
at you like,
release the dragons to.
he looks and goes, "There is nothing here that suggests the ring was meant to trap. It was known as the Cradle for a reason. It was their greatest work was to create. Given what I've read here and what you have said so far, I believe that it is most likely they used the Cradle to create the dragons. How else would they have managed such a feat?"
Still,
It makes sense.
in my mind, what was the reason for the creation of the dragons? Why, with their power, they have a power to create a wish ring, and they used their first ring to create a dragon that then, from what we know, destroyed them. There is something. There is a link. There is something missing.
You said to me you were a chef. Yes?
I am, yes.
Have you never scalded yourself while making a meal?
Oh, many times. Many times.
Was it your intention to do so?
No, but I don't purposefully go out and create a meal that has the potential to poison everyone.
But any flame
Fleabite laughs at that.
But like any flame you cultivate for the process, however, has the chance of becoming a forest fire. Correct?
I suppose, untended, yes.
And he puts his hands up like he's like, you know, he realised he was maybe being a bit pushy, and he's like, "I'm not saying this is the case. I'm merely speculating on what we have available to us, which is very little, unfortunately."
We
Yeah.
can't do anything else but speculate.
And he
But there
looks,
still seems to be a massive gap. We're missing something.
he shakes
We're
his head and
missing-
goes, "I don't imagine these 5 work together simply to wipe out, well," and he gestures to this one's kind. It seems to do the opposite. They still thrive while the others are gone.
Because they left.
And that shuts Batuv up a bit because he doesn't really have anything else, right? His speculations kind of hit the wall.
We don't know why they made the dragons. We don't know what precisely went wrong. It may be that we never can know, frankly. There are there are ways we can find out. We have within our power. But
I'm gonna make him do a roll.
like,
I'm gonna let the roll decide if he can give you a tiny bit more exposition or not. Bear with me. I'm gonna let him roll something. Where did the sheet go?
While you're doing that, I'm going to say something. I don't know. Well, I know where this came from, but
So I'm just gonna put this in the chat.
Genasi create dragons to possibly
Well, I think I'm going to let him give you this exposition, right? So as you're saying that, it says, "What if we have the order incorrect? Or perhaps not so much the order." And you can tell like he's like again racking his brain. He's clearly trying to like, remember things he's read and whatnot. Because you can kind of like see like his hand motions, like his digits, kind of like almost doing like what he would have done to swipe pages on the crystals, as if he's mind palacing it. And he says, "What if the dragons didn't wipe them out? Banger, you said these need people to be this." And he gestures to the Illithid.
Aye.
There is no evidence of the Four being like this.
No. But perhaps. But continue.
And he nods and he goes, "What if the Four were killed by them? Or converted?
Makes sense.
You wouldn't want to lose the combined creativity of the five, after all."
Then there's
Yes.
something in the logic here that I've been thinking about. The four essential elements that make up the world. But that alone, as any good priest will tell you, is not enough to make up life. Through living, breathing souls, certain something else, something indefinable that emerges from their unique form of existence, that mineral and even vegetable, some would say, don't possess.
He looks at it, he goes,
Mind
he
or
mutters,
soul.
as you're saying that, like he mutters, like mostly to himself. And the Baru, quantified and observed 118 known elements, not simply 4. But he doesn't stop you talking or anything. He just mutters that to himself like he can't help himself.
In the writings of the most ancient dwarves that we recall, and these ideas still hold sway among dwarves, men, probably others, but I'm not as well read in other races, history and theology. This idea of 4 essential elements still holds a great deal of sway, and they seem to be symbolically important to certain magical forces. Elementals of wind, fire, earth, water, beings infused with these elements. We've met stone giants, we've met fire giants. There's some mystic significance to this arrangement, but there's always a 5th that sets apart living ensouled beings from everything else. The Genasi, however they came to be, Illithid are parasitic. They couldn't coexist with the rest of the Genasi long. They would have had to have been the last. I think the Genasi created themselves before they created the dragons. Forgive me. Perhaps your knowledge in this subject is deeper than mine, but aren't there said to be many different forms of dragons which correspond with certain elemental powers?
So just for Colin's benefit, that's not the case in this world.
That's not the thing here, right?
No.
Doesn't say that.
A dragon is a dragon, and it will just look like a red dragon from D&D.
Okay.
But it's just a dragon. Yeah.
Right. No elemental dragons.
Okay. So the Dragonborn are slightly different that way. Like,
Yeah.
Keladrath's colouring is red scaled, but he has blue lightning.
To be fair, that makes sense for lightning to be bluish.
Yeah, but like it was something that Chris had asked for. He was like he was happy to be like red scaled,
Yeah.
while being a blue Dragonborn.
Okay.
So the
right,
Dragonborns do
okay.
have individuality that way, but it's there that went.
But it's not like okay, so it's not. But nonetheless, the idea with the giants and things holds up.
Oh, 100%. The entire like climb here is an exact like almost fucking like epitaph to that, right? Given that
What if these what if the Illithid are something that Genasi accidentally inflicted upon themselves?
Kelly says,
mean-
how so?
Missing element. Mind, the soul. Think about how they communicate. They communicate without words. They speak directly into the mind.
He's like shakes his head like he clearly has no clue where to take the next step. You know that way where it's like,
I think the Genasi may have been trying to prove themselves, build themselves into something more. And in doing so, viewed themselves with forces beyond what mortal men normally would carry. And
he goes like he's walking around the plinth as you start speaking it, like he's trying to read as if did I miss something. So he's clearly like rereading.
done so. Up with this. I think I recognise it's a stretch, but
And he looks at you like, no, please, it's good to have something to think about.
if I think on the Guardians we encountered, Guardian forest, seems to be some connection between earth and vegetable life. A Guardian perhaps of skies? Lands here seem to have been violated by the undead, alas, but I would be shocked if there hadn't been a Guardian Frozen Lands too.
He looks slightly
I still
horrified at
believe
that.
there is one.
Am I to guess who you think it might be, Kodra? Or is it
No,
fairly
I think
obvious?
you know that.
Did she maybe blind you in the snow?
She may have, yes.
How coy. Yeah. I mean, realistically, like, she fits the template, right? Whether she is or not is a different story, but she does fit the template. But then, Menglad isn't exactly ruled out from that either. Remember, Menglad wasn't
No.
undead.
But she could be a perversion of it.
Mhm,
Certainly, she's dealing with some unpleasantness.
Oh, yeah.
She cheated herself into that. Because I don't think she started off that way somehow.
Yeah, it definitely was like a gestalt of things.
Like, even Etten don't look that screwed up.
Mhm.
I think that these Guardians are a remnant of the legacy connected to the Genasi blood, as people have called them, those who still carry the visible traces of the Genasi blood on them. Our former colleague, Adair, he had an element of connection to the winds, showed in the appearance of his blue hue. And
You travelled with a Genasi blooded.
yes, for a time, Fleabite longer than I.
He'll
It's
he darts back to look at Fleabite again.
interesting, Phil.
How rare their bloodline is now. You can tell he's having like a lot of deep thoughts. Like there's a lot here that kind of maybe explains why you run on faith. That's maybe yeah. It's like, maybe if I just stop looking for answers and just start
The answers will fall on your head.
yeah. And he says, I suppose though None of this helps us answer what to do with our burden, does it? And kind of like shakes as if,
Perhaps not.
all we know is that there were 4 and maybe 5 Genasi, and he waves to the 5 of them. They may have caused the 5th may have caused the 4. They may have all made the dragons, they may not have. And he just shrugs, and he's like, I feel like we know less somehow by coming here.
Yeah.
He just sits down on the spot with his legs crossed, just like quite with a bit of a thud.
No, unfortunately, it may feel that way, but happily, we do not know less. We are more aware now how little we know.
He looks like
In
us.
itself,
I mean simply context. With more information, our context diminishes until we can find the source for more.
I think Fleabite will add. There is of another hole to great puzzle you cannot solve.
He looks over at you from thudding down on the floor. His trunk undulates a little bit. Go on.
And over the body of the Illithid will silent image the ring that it had.
And then he kind of looks at where you're pointing, and he goes, "What is this? Another cradle?"
Of left behind by ancient old thing. Possibly of left self. Preserve thought within.
Where is this ring now?
Will end the image
Hmm.
and gesture to, because it did not still say like the greatest treasure is to be given.
Yeah, in the plinth. So that's all carved into the plinth. Yeah.
yeah.
So then we'll just gesture to that.
And he goes, "Ah," like it kind of dawns on him, like, "Ah, it was sacrificed."
But I think Further will just sort of stress that of escape travel to distant land may not all have. If this one of squid thing left behind.
He shivers at that thought. Straightens his back up a bit. Ugh. Given what? Again, his eyes cannot help but dart to the Illithid body when he says 10th. Given what 10th was capable of as one, I do not welcome more.
You have of only ever seen look on one.
And he kind of looks over at the other one and goes, 2 now. He did say that last time.
Right, yeah.
Guess when you would have known that? Had someone
I think-
I'm kidding.
Fleabite will also say like, and now of 2 dead. Of good fortune, perhaps.
He kind of shakes his head a bit to himself, but it's like his hand, like pinching his brow, kind of like rubbing his forehead, and he goes, I do not welcome being the harbinger of the end of this species. And he just like kind of chuckles to himself almost helplessly as he's looking at you shrugging. Fleabite.
I think there'll be something close to a grin on Fleabite's face.
Just pride. Yeah.
Well, I was a shrug, like, of use, you will get to it.
It's just like fucking Darth Sidious Yoda. Yes. Let flow through you the hate. Oh.
Let's hope it doesn't come to this. You can only spend so much time here. They will begin to look. Sorry to say, the library will be able to remain hidden so long.
He shakes his head and he goes, I fear I may even be a liability still, if I was before. What is to stop them reclaiming my mind from me?
I think the simple answer is, well, I suspect it must have been Tenth that was responsible. He seemed to be the one in proximity. Him dead.
As I said, I have not walked all of Paris, but I have only seen 10th.
Don't believe you're compromised. Whether or not there may be a danger of being more vulnerable in future, who can say? Perhaps it would be best if we went our separate ways.
It kind of like doesn't respond to that. He has like a just like a blank look.
Sorry to. I don't mean that as any sort of insult against
And he
yourself.
blinks and comes back to him and goes, no, it's sensible. Yes, I could be a liability. I am... Given the
I think
process. Like, yeah, go for it.
Fleabite would possibly interject and say, I dare think would have, say, phrase speak of keep friends of near and of things fear away, but closest.
He looks at you, not really sure what you said,
To
but like feels the attempt at comforting him. And he just nods, slightly blankly at you, and he goes,
be fair, Dare said a lot of things.
anything of use that here? And he like shrugs. Can you imagine Adair in this room? Can you imagine Adair in this room?
Yeah, no.
He would have.
We were mostly.
left with all of those weapons.
A lot of what he said, I didn't think made a great deal of sense. I'll be honest with you. Nice chap, but
He just
you know.
stripped them and took their clothes.
Odd fellow.
I got cramp in the foot there. Hello. Please continue.
Besides which, I think we're more than happy to have you with us. I'm not suggesting otherwise, and I appreciate where you're from. But I don't just mean for our sake. I mean for both of our sake. You said before you're no warrior, and don't expect you to be. But if
He-
you're with us,
He-
danger to you will also increase.
His eyes keep finding their way to Gembite before they snap back to you in the conversation. He says, given the not only the prowess but the fear that the dragon seems to instill in them.
Indeed. Perfectly so.
Given their capabilities, I would suggest you perhaps take the dragon as far from here as possible. Let it grow.
Have come from far from here, and the of things in sky make time faster than we.
And he kind of looks at you and goes, I understand. They have been here for some time. They could have went elsewhere. And he kind of like
Nonetheless,
shrugs and goes, I don't know, I just feel like this one has given up so much of its strength for us already. I would not wish to put it through another of what we have experienced.
and frankly, we know they're here. Elsewhere, how far they've spread outside the city, That remains to be seen. Here,
But if they waste
no
their
doubt.
efforts searching the city for a dragon that does not reside within, you buy yourself some time to come up with something. Staying here with me, or even just within the walls, you are, well, trapped with us.
Wrong. But your people
But yes,
need aid.
Do not count our people out yet. You have done quite a blow with your actions, Vanger. But my people are hardy.
That we can see.
We have warriors.
Perhaps there's more we can do before we part.
He looks at you with, like, almost pleading eyes, like, please tell me there is.
The Illithid only had one city.
He nods.
And we can then perhaps assume that the leadership not be company. It may be safe to approach them. We can somehow show them the danger. The Illithid still well pose. May harden their hearts, encourage them to take steps against them. Worse.
He looks a bit unsettled when you say this, and he says, I fear that perhaps the leadership may see your actions as, well, inciting a war that did not need to happen between my people and he looks back at the body, just nods, because it's not like he can't bring himself to say Illithid.
Yes.
And he shrugs at you and goes, we are a stubborn people, set in our ways. I wish we were as advanced as we see ourselves.
Well,
He then starts going into like a wee ramble, like as if, anything he can focus on, he's clearly like trying to shift his mind to, and he goes, they actually modelled their leadership after the absent fifth. There are 5 seats in the Brew leadership. One is always left free to symbolise a welcoming of new ideas. Ironic, quite, isn't it?
little, certainly.
Wrong
Is there
for all the
anything we
right
can do
reasons.
for him?
He says wrong for all the right reasons, is what his last thoughts on that are, as he's muttering away to himself.
Because I get his point. I don't think he's wrong. Like us being here.
Like, to summarise his points, you've said he's a liability, he doesn't disagree, even if he doesn't like it. With that in mind, it's let him be able to come to the conclusion that you are trapped in the city, and it means they just have to search the city to find you. And
Yeah.
if
Right.
they're going to waste time searching the city, you may as well be outside it doing something.
We have an obvious and rather simple way to get out.
Got a couple, really.
I mean, it depends.
You've got that crystal to talk to Ordak.
Are we not still concerned? Certainly, I feel like I am about the possibility of that being intercepted.
I mean, that has never went away, that worry. But it's still an option.
Because I don't think that it was just because, there was one in the city. I think it's their presence overhead that's the main concern with that.
Probably, right? Like, you can imagine that whatever one can do, their ship is better at, right?
So, be disinclined to do that within Varys.
I would also be just wary of that because that's kind of a. To me, we lose Gembite on that essentially. I feel like they wouldn't allow Gembite to go unused in their war.
Sure.
But then you're gonna depend, like, what condition are they in? Have they just suffered an attack from the Githyanki? Are they in tip-top fighting condition? Do you think Gembite could take them? A lot of factors there, Fleabag.
Besides, do we not want to aid them in that war? After all, certainly, I think I do.
I think Alexander's got, but I have a pet dragon now.
Yeah.
Like, we want to offer aid on our terms.
Hello, Thea.
The priority for me is still the healing of Vanger and Fleabite. And obviously Gembite. We know
If we
they're
get
not
out
at
of the
full
city, we
strength.
do have more options for that.
I might have an idea for in the city.
Okay.
That kitchen you were at. How big was the oven?
Where are you going with this? Because this is the chandelier
It was-
question. This
It
is
was big enough to feed a city. So the kitchen. So
We saw Gembite take up the energy from the fire. When he first came into the room, he dove into
Yeah.
the fire pit and absorbed all the energy from it and grew a bit.
I mean, I believe I said it was indiscernible whether he grew or not.
Okay, but the fire was extinguished.
So
and he
your
made a
theory
bit
is
nickels.
jump into the... Like, is that your plan? Chuck him in the oven?
If we get a big fire going, and if
Makes sense,
Gembite
to be fair.
chooses to do so, then that's great. If it chooses not to do so, we've not really lost anything either.
I love the idea of Flavor going, mammoth thing, we have to put this thing in oven. It just makes you look like a hungry rat.
That may also be true. Just like stomach gurgles.
Dragon meat, strength from
Mhm.
dragon meat.
Yeah, like if it, look how strong Gembite is. If you eat Gembite, then clearly you'd be that strong.
There's kind of like reductive effort on that since Gembite took so much strength already from Fleabite that it's like, are you really going to get back what you've already given?
Hmm.
Okay, player agency moment.
Yep. I think we're in one, given the oven conversation.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Has anybody considered reawakening the Genasi?
I think that was discussed when you first met them.
I can't remember us actually.
It wasn't.
Anybody actually suggesting?
There was no like ultimate conclusion other than let's not fuck with them. But given what your resources are, if you wanted to do it without absolutely fucking yourself up, you'd better get one.
But
You could try and get all of them, but it would probably fuck you up quite badly.
that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make on Keldrath's behalf.
To what aim though? And that's about what's going through my head.
Yeah.
We have all these questions we don't know the answers to. We have the answers in front of us. But
I kind of the potential that they were killed or sacrificed themselves maybe for something to do with the dragons, and then we just resurrect them in front of a dragon. They're just like, nope, not doing this.
don't open your eyes. Don't open your eyes.
They all reach for their like treasures. None of them are
Mhm.
there. They reach for the cradle. It's not there. You just see it in your hand with the last light of the jewel disappearing. Like, Or whatever
I
the
mean-
Genasi for Ono is. A dare, probably. A dare.
Let's say we did that. We get all the answers to all our questions. Doesn't necessarily solve any of our problems, right?
Yeah, sure.
Because we don't know what they're going to be able to tell us. We don't know in advance whether or not it's going to be worth finding it out.
Okay, then. From my perspective, then, it leaves us with two options. One, we get, as we were just discussing, we get out of the city as fast as possible to an area where we can rest up for 24 hours and then decide where we go from there. Or we asked Batuv to once again go and find Safim and anybody from the council that we can meet up with and decide whether we are. Either way, we have a way out of the city.
Yeah.
If we are now, if the leadership of the Baru think that we are the bad guys here, we still have a way out of the city. But I feel like we need to know that. I need to feel whether we've actually
I think we
done
shouldn't be.
a good thing.
Before we continue that, good night, Siren. Thanks for joining us.
Good night,
Siren.
Sleep well. Just please continue.
So yeah, that's just my thoughts. It's
Mm.
okay to jump out of the city, but it doesn't achieve anything. It just leaves so many more questions. I'm also well aware that in a couple of weeks' time we may have to be rounding this up for work commitments and things like that. But
Remember, it's hiatus, not closed.
yeah, yeah.
Um,
Until you get organised.
I'd rather things got natural finales. I'm that way inclined. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't worry too much about that shit. Like, there's no need to rush job anything. So don't worry about that.
I really don't think we are capable of rushing literally anything if we tried.
Yeah. And also, it's not like you don't have like massive fucking decisions to make. It's why like Batuv is so paralyzed by that choice as well. It's not like you're like, oh, we could just fix the microwaves, you know? Like, it's not an easy choice. It's not meant to be. It's meant to be a kind of crippling choice you're hit with, because nobody should have this responsibility. Why didn't the Genasi locked it a fucking way? Yeah. They were the smart ones, remember?
Look, we're being smart.
Yeah.
God damn.
Like, perfectly preserved, yeah, it's alright.
If we, I think I like the idea of trying to figure out then with the leadership. There's a reason we want to do that, and I think that it might be best to try doing that through a third party. Do it indirectly. Maybe use Safim. I know that may not be guaranteed to work either, but
I mean,
I
Batuv
figure-
could just go and meet them. Remember, he is
Yeah,
the envoy of the city.
no, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's a fair point.
Like,
but my fear
Safim is like
that
a
if-
external to the palace staff, remember?
Yeah. Fair point. Yeah. My fear is that if we were to just go to them directly and then disappear out the city because stuff has gone south, that kind of takes away the edge that he has pointed out we have, which is that, yeah, like, they don't necessarily know what we're doing right now, where we are.
Yep.
So if we are cagey, we might be able to have this thing, or at least pass some sort of information on to them without arousing alarm about us having been at a specific location or no longer being in the city. And therefore not giving that out that advantage and leaving them guessing as to where they can find us.
Or get Fleabite to make a giant red kite, climb up the tower, fire it so it looks like these are leaving the city, and then do whatever you're going to do in the city. Because this is the part where it comes down to what is the plan within the city.
Well, ultimately, our plan within the city was always to get the dragon.
Yep.
We've achieved that. The only problem is we've gone to war with the Illithids in the meantime, which was always coming.
Yeah.
It was always a secondary.
The only reason why I
So-
think Betuve would have been inclined to encourage you guys to leave is A, it buys you time to heal the dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is a good point. We're in very bad shape.
You just need days of rest for Fleabite to be back in action. Never mind Vanger, who will be back in action by that point.
But if we spoke to the leadership and the leadership fell on our side, then surely we have time for that within the city.
So yeah, you've got if you confront the leadership or not, and if you do confront the leadership, right, so you've got keep to yourselves, confront them, then you've got to worry about if they go your way or if they don't. Are you willing to fight the Baru to get out?
No, but I am willing to use that last spell to get us out of the city if we've got to.
Mm.
I'd rather it wasn't used for that,
Yeah.
but
But at least it's used then, right? It removes
yeah.
that.
and I think there's also a question of like, do we want to just march up in front of them and talk to them? Because I think that's the wrong way to go about it. Because I think it makes
it's a challenge. If we do it that way, we're challenging the Baru leadership.
well, it's
Yeah.
not necessarily that. It's just that like we're out in the open. And
Yeah, it is a exposing confrontation of sorts. That's what it is. And as I said, even Betuve had reservations about involving them. Mostly because they've kind of been useless as far as he's concerned up until now, let's face it. You just haven't even met them. Is it even... How long have you been here? Like, is it even been a full day? It must have been, right?
Oh yeah,
yeah,
we've had
It hasn't been 2, has it?
In the library or in Baru
Barris.
altogether?
Yeah, in
In
Barris.
Barris.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got to have been here, I'd probably say 3 days.
You think? Mm.
Between Fleabite and his journey and everything else, and us going for meals and preparing meals, we've had 3 different meals. 2 different meals. So yeah, I'd probably, well, maybe 2-3 days at most, yeah.
Yeah, I think 2 days is where I'm happy to say. Like it would have been 3 if you had rested. I think that's what it would have been. 3 if rested, if long
We've
rested.
done a lot of shit to this city in only 2 days. Imagine what we could do with a week.
well, yeah, because I think we got Gembite in the first day. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think we'd had a long rest before we got Gembite.
That was pretty much the end of the first day, right? Like you pretty much KO'd
Mm.
as we faded out, I guess, to that. Yeah. We've also lost Eltris somewhere. But that's fine. You get lost to the narrative.
We've been here since at least session 74.
I know. It's only 10 sessions.
Yeah, well, that's absolutely not too bad.
Yeah. It's a little over a day. Hi, real time is fine, right? Real time is fine. This was like Runestad all over again. Start as you mean to go on. Oh dear. Okay, so
So,
your
in
option.
game then,
I was gonna say, let's
I
look
would-
at our options just quickly as a player agency thing, right? To literally like give us a bit more like clarity here. So, moving forward, what are the main options? So, stay or leave, right? Ultimately, are the main choices. Get out or stay, and then we've got subcategories after that. So, is there any strong feelings at this level of the discussion?
I kind of feel we've got somewhat of a target if we stay. We know
yeah.
we know our enemy at least. If we leave, it kind of gives them the initiative of they are finding us, and when they find us, and I think it would be a question of when
I mean, you
we
won't be
would
subtle. You're
sort-
going to walk around with a fucking dragon. That's not going to be subtle.
Yeah, so it's kind of it. What's the word I'm trying to use? Initiative.
Do you mean it puts like the onus on them almost?
Impetus.
Impetus, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It gives them the they are the ones driving forward, whereas we know where they are, and we have potential allies here. We have potential adversaries as well, but that's a bridge we can burn when we get to it.
Hi, Voinrun is a very reasonable man. I'm sure if you explained this one dragon, versus Illithid problem.
Okay, who's got message? Who can get back to Vestile Hamalicia?
So, yeah, that's the problem. So you don't want message as a cantrip, you want sending, and Vanger has never met Vestile Hamalicia.
But see, this is the thing though. If we go back to something I was trying to say earlier, Genasi created dragons. Dragons destroyed the Illithid, possibly, or chased them off planet at least, and destroyed the Genasi. Von Rune then destroys the dragons, and the Illithid come back. Am I being way too suspicious here?
No.
Depends what your suspicions are. Like, all that tracks, right? So yeah. And we know that obviously Von Rune was, as I well, Fleabite technically knows, Von Rune had a go at the fact that Tink's like mentor, Antonia Starling, was messing with portals. That again was the year markers. So there was her dying in an explosion, Fleabite arriving in this world that nobody really knows about, the coincidence of that. Then a year later, Githyanki and Githzerai appear. A year later, the Illithid appear. So yeah, like there is definitely like lines and patterns there. Yeah, that's not mad. So as
So anyway, back to the.
I was gonna say, so as you're thinking though that the Illithid came back because dragons were gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a bad shout. Yep. But it might also just be weirdly coincidental, right?
Coincidental? No, exactly.
Yeah.
The question I think would be, how would they know?
That's exactly what's running through my head here.
Because
And again, is
according
Von
to
Rune
according to
somebody-
Vanger though, for you, right? So according to Vanger, he was told by the Githzerai that they have been blamed by the Githyanki for waking the Illithid up. And they have been pursued by the Illithid. And the Githyanki believe if they kill the Githzerai, the Illithid will stop pursuing them. So it depends on if you believe that that is true or not as well.
Well, no, it's not necessarily if you believe it's true, but also there's the question of like, say they're wrong, but they're basing it on something real.
Yeah, but also the Illithid
Maybe
they
their
aren't out
assumption
like
about
beaming up Gith, as far as we can tell.
maybe their assumption about the Githzerai, you know, the maybe destroying the Githzerai would do nothing to stop the Illithid, but maybe the Githzerai really did wake the Illithid up.
Mhm.
It doesn't necessarily, one doesn't have to be true for the other to be true, and vice versa.
No, I don't even mean on that level. I just mean from a point of view that we've not seen the Illithid make any aggressive moves towards
No,
the Gith
but
in
I'm
any
just
way.
saying that it could be that one is true without the other being true.
Mhm.
It could be correct about half without being correct about the other half.
I'm not disagreeing with that. It just wasn't the point I was making. So yeah. So really, we go back to stay or leave. Where do you have more chance of success? And I don't mean within or without. I mean like immediately, because there's no point hiding in a library waiting for the plot to catch up to you.
No.
Yeah.
But stay or leave, but I think stay for at least a little while longer, but I don't think that much longer.
My preference would be to stay and ask Batuv to work as a
Okay.
as an emissary between us and
So if that's 2 for stay, right? The next options are so the Baru leaders. I can't even type today. And then it's yes or no. Do you want to involve them?
if we're staying, then yes.
Levi?
I would go. I would go with Sufim first.
Okay.
If we can, because I kind of feel the speed of their decision making leaves much to be desired. Whereas there's a good chance we can just get Sufim to do some help.
But something may have happened with him already. We have to be concerned with that.
It's true.
One other thing I'd bring up as well is he probably won't be involved with the Baru leadership given what you know of his extracurricular activities.
No. But he may be useful in his own right.
Well, as sort of by him not being part of the leadership, that may be more helpful. So I think it's worth that we maybe as the long view, but I would start with someone who's a bit more flexible.
So here's my next statement then. Baru leadership or Sufim? In terms of
Sufim.
what you'd get to first.
First, Sufim, I would go with.
I'm not saying that you
Yeah.
need to decide obviously you would definitely commit to any of this what we're doing. This is just a thought experiment to try and
No, I agree with him.
okay.
My thoughts have always been along the lines is that Sufim is part of any resistance. That's what he was
Mhm.
looking for outside the city. So, and that's what we need here now. So yeah, Sufim for me as well. That's why we sent Batuv to find him earlier. So that, to my mind, hasn't changed.
How
But
do you
we-
plan to get to him?
Yeah, we need to remember how Batuv came back to us.
So you gotta assume that either Sufim is either in custody of somebody if he was caught with Batuv, or potentially under surveillance, if at all. These are the other concerns you have to factor in.
I don't think we have any other.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying this as a way to discourage or encourage. Purely want to
No.
organise the thoughts because there's a lot going on. It's hard to narrow it down sometimes. So hopefully this methodology helps a little. But yes, so it means
The
that
question is whether one of us travel.
none of you can walk through the streets of Barris without being noticed.
No.
Except Batuv.
How much how much work can the disguise kit do? To
Do you want to be like a stole on his shoulders? Is that what
Constant stealth rolls. How often would we have to do that? I'll hide in the shadow.
I don't know how many rolls I have to do for just the fucking the reverse, sadly. But yes, it only takes one person to cause a bunch of crowd attention, though. That's the only downside to that. I'm not saying you couldn't somehow manage to perfectly time getting from A to B, but it will not be easy.
Okay, then
I'm
in-game.
happy to say that trying to get you guys to Sufim without being noticed, full stop, that blanket statement would be DC 30 minimum. If I was summarising it as one roll, which I probably wouldn't do, but that's to give you a scale as a player, how difficult that is.
And as a single person, right? Okay, let me ask
As
another question.
as a single person, it wouldn't be anywhere near as difficult, but it's still, if you get caught, you're clearly not an elephant. You know.
But the Illithid, to some extent, know that we're here. They know that Batuv is our envoy and our escort. Has the alarm been raised on Batuv, and are they already looking for us?
How does the answer to that help you currently, though?
Yeah.
Because if the answer that is the Illithid have communicated between themselves, and there's no more Illithid here, then if Batuv is not being searched for by anybody else but the Illithid, then we're not in any danger at the moment. We can wander the city with Batuv all we want. There's nothing for us to fear against the Baru people.
Are we sure?
That's what I mean. I
Yous
don't know.
You haven't been allowed out the palace.
Yeah.
Hasn't stopped some of us.
I mean, technically, you never left the palace grounds.
Okay.
But nobody's said that we can.
I wouldn't necessarily
That's
say
never
that's
been brought
true. I would say it's been implied, but it's not been said. You're correct. I have not specifically said that anyone has said you cannot leave the palace grounds. But you have never technically tried.
And that would be a question then
Yes.
for
Um,
Batuv.
But this comes back to, do you believe you can get to Sufim without being noticed? And I mean that in general, not...
Absolutely.
Yeah, because remember, regardless of doing stealth rolls to get there, if he is being observed psychically by, say, our resident psychic people, it doesn't matter how good your stealth roll is. Because you saw that Batuv was mind whammied. There's nothing
no.
to say Sufim. I'm not, again, not to discourage, just to highlight what you are aware of in universe.
The dangers, yes,
Mhm,
of course.
Because I'd rather he's made informed decisions rather than me going, I got you on a technicality! Yeah!
Yeah, and I think
Um,
the danger of going to Sufim may be that if he is already compromised, then we have told Batuv quite a lot now.
he knows absolutely everything. There's no way we're hiding now, apart from the only way now for us out of here is with a wish ring. If
Or killing
Batuv
Batuv.
has turned against us. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
If Batuv is technically against us, and the Baru are against us, and Sufim is against us, then we have no place here. We have to use that wish ring to get out. But we're taking Batuv at his word. He's already suggested we leave because he might be a liability. So I take that as a positive rather than a negative that he's not against us.
Yeah, can you all do wisdom saves? There we go.
Wisdom saves.
Yeah.
Just
Wisdom saves as characters, like
Yes.
individuals.
As opposed to players, Alexander?
as do you want that at disadvantage?
I want it with
Basically.
everything your character has to deal with, yeah.
It's fine. Yeah, it was like in the moment, or is this?
Not a great roll.
It's okay.
I forget why this is weird.
So a wisdom save is the one on the left hand side.
So it's the one under your
Intelligence.
No, it's under proficiency bonus.
it's under proficiency bonus above your skill block. The save block's in there.
Okay, save and throw chair, yeah.
Hey.
Nice.
This worked out quite well.
What I love is that is actually Fleabite's best saving throw. Wisdom.
The 16 would have been good as well.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're not capable of rolling really well. It's just obviously you've got the 3 levels of exhaustion that really is horrible. Caladrath, this comes to you. Sadly, Vanguard didn't quite make a high enough check on this as a putting pieces together roll. You tried to run up the wall. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
What have you learned since then? Think about that. What do you have now you didn't have then?
Hey, dragon.
What has that dragon been observed doing?
Eating magic.
What have you learned the Baru tech seems to be similar to?
Magic.
What have you also learned about the dragon and its capabilities with climbing, for example, like what I just said?
It's better than me.
So, That's debatable. You can literally run up walls, but
I
yeah,
know. Yeah, but I don't climb,
Yeah.
Michael. I run.
yeah.
So yeah, he climbs better
To
than
be fair, yeah, he can stop for like a breather.
I've got to keep going.
You have to run in circles. So that's just saying that's something that maybe dawns on you. That if whatever is protecting the wall from interference runs off anything even remotely similar to the crystals, Genbite could eat that. Which
Yeah,
in
okay,
itself
I'm
is a
gonna-
terrifying thought, just so you know. I'm not saying it's a good idea,
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's something that should cross your mind.
Yeah, I'm also going to keep that thought to myself because
Fair.
I don't want to say that in front of Batu.
That's
I mean-
Whenever we're on our own, I will say that.
You can leave him with these thoughts. You could go in the corridor and speak to your gang if you wanted. I don't like.
But let's look at it this way: does it actually matter? Like, if he weakens the protection the walls offer?
It's
So
only a
what?
way of stopping using the ring.
It just
Right, I
means
know,
that,
but what I'm saying is, like, see, what are the negative consequences of him weakening the wall?
well,
We get back in 2 weeks later.
what it means is he could probably climb over it.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about the positive consequences.
Yeah.
The negatives. Like, I'm saying, why wouldn't we do
Yeah,
it if we
like-
think this will work?
Does the Illithid ship just then level the city?
So that makes you assume. So that means, sorry, you assume that the wall protects them from the ship above. I want to just
I
follow
think
the
it
logic.
helps.
That's okay. Okay, cool.
It is more like this is the shield around the entire, like all their physical structure. And if we're just going to eat that, then do we just render their entire structures vulnerable?
Depends if you think Genbite could eat all of it in one go, or
I have-
enough of it to just get you out.
I mean, right, but when we talk about rendering it vulnerable, who are we thinking of rendering it vulnerable to? The people who are already here and just came in from the sky?
Yes.
Because it seems like they're already kind of vulnerable.
Yeah, that was kind of my point I was trying to make when I was
Okay.
asking what Fleabite was.
So if
Yeah.
they're concerned about someone invading, then they'd have to get up a mountain that's quite treacherous
Hmm.
into a mystical city that they may not even know is there, and then actually get through an army of elephant people.
With robots.
Yeah, no one's marching up a force that can take this city this far up a mountain. Like, it's just
But we
There-
don't know what else is in that ship.
no, we don't. But we do know that walls aren't going to help because it's a ship.
Yeah, but so okay, the wall is less the important thing in my mind. It's just the actual buildings themselves.
Okay.
Like if suddenly you cannot, if they are relying or not relying, but if they are in part depending on being able to take cover in any part of their city, and they are suddenly enabled to do that, it weakens
That
threats.
is fair, but we've seen their area of effect psychic stuff work through these walls. Right, we've got an enemy who's above the city already, and we've seen them be able to reach out to the minds of others despite these Baru walls, within the confines of their buildings. I don't think their building offers them really any protection against psychic attack.
I mean, given that Vanger was able to use his powers through these walls, and by walls I mean the interior stuff, not that exterior wall.
Mhm.
Because
Yeah,
remember,
which to be fair,
Keldrath
might be
couldn't-
different.
as I said, Keldrath couldn't run up it. That was a thing. Vanger checked the front door that didn't seem to have any seams in it, seemingly. So, yeah, there's definitely something special about the exterior wall. But nothing stopped you guys, because remember, you couldn't discern anything from outside the wall in the city.
Yeah.
There was no noise, and there should have been, given look how close to the wall it is.
Do we think that is inherent to the material, or do you think that is supplied externally? Basically, I'm saying, do we go for the shield or the shield generator?
I think we need to ask someone about that.
I mean, keep in mind as well, you could always use the, I guess, wire cutters that is Gembite to get through the hole in the fence instead of trying to depower the fence.
But by depowering the fence, we extra power the dragon. We give the dragon a shield.
It just turns into like a big long kind of, almost like Great Wall of China, but style dragon. Yeah. Quick, run up and down its back. It's got turrets. So, what's your thoughts? I'm going to leave you those thoughts as we take a break, though, because we're over on time for a break. So we'll take our break now, and we'll be back soon,
Okay.
folks. BRBs.
Commodore Amiga.
Like, yes and no. But welcome to the Invasion Session 84, Part 2.
Welcome.
It's the 23rd of March 2022. I'm Ryan, the GM, and here are the players.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be continuing to play Fleabite the Skaven, who's still pretty terrible at everything.
Evening, everyone. I'm Chris. I'm Keldrath, the Dragonborn monk, looking for an old computer game for a Commodore Amiga.
And good evening also from me, Colin, who will be playing Banger, the Dwarven Cleric Druid.
Yes. How is our audio?
I had not unmuted to find out. Let's see some words.
Okay,
Sounds fine.
perfect. You got both.
Yup.
Excellent. Right, so we were mid-discussion.
Yeah, audio's fine.
Perfect. We were mid-discussion about staying and leaving. If we stay, who do we talk to? Leadership or Safim? Okay, if Safim, do we worry about surveillance? I think that's pretty much the wall we'd hit until we started discussing the wall we could hit with the dragon.
I think I have a question that might help us bypass some of this.
Okay.
Batu, in this city, who other than Sufim would you trust to bring into this matter? Is there anyone else?
And he looks like he's giving that some deep thought, and he says, I don't think it's a matter of trust, as more so who would I be willing to expose to this matter.
I see. That makes sense.
And he nods, like, kind of like, he's clearly been thinking about that. I trust my family, of course, but I would not wish them to share this burden.
Oh, that's...
In this moment, the actions I have taken are simply defensive. Even if the leadership do not see that as such, they could not argue that it's limited to me, not my family. I bring them in. I think it looks awkward when he says that, right? But yeah, he's like, beyond my family, there are many people within the palace that well, he laughs a bit to himself and rubs the back of his head and goes, Vanger, I don't distrust any of my people. And he just smiles, like, helplessly, I guess, at you. Like, he's realised he's been answering this like he ever had distrust. But he hasn't. It's quite new to him.
I see. Now, you try their way. What if... let's start with Sufi. I'm sure would be quite happy to have his aid, but considering you were seemingly intercepted on the way to meet him, you have to be
He
concerned.
shakes his head and he goes, I don't know if I was able to meet with him or not. My memory is, well, rather
Indeed.
blank. I may have
Whoever
met
it
with
went
him.
down, there is the risk that they also contacted him in some regards. He may also have been compromised in some capacity. And if he has, then that's a risk to you and to us.
I fear the risk that we bear currently is significant.
Aye.
I do not fear taking on more, but only I would take it on. I could not bring myself to fill others in.
Then you speak leadership, warn them, perhaps even bring them here.
He looks like somewhere between shock and horror at that. And he looks around at the bodies and he goes, I do not know what they would make of this room.
They may... there's always a fear that they interpreted it differently, that they take this as all the more reason to welcome the other
He
thing.
looks at you and just nods, like, this is my fear. It is a sign of kinship rather than division. And for outsiders, he looks at everyone individually, to have come and taken the cradle, and to have used it, and then to have taken action against 10th. I fear that your actions may speak for you in ways you do not wish them to. And he looks at Gembite. He doesn't say anything about Gembite, but he's clearly, obviously, including the part where he's also hatched a fucking dragon egg that was sat there for, like, eons.
That is regrettable, but understandable. Then perhaps it is best that you make enemies here.
He says, where would you go? And he puts his hands up and goes, it's possibly best if I don't know in fact where you go.
I hate to say it, but it's wise of you to think that.
And he sits and goes, I don't know what will happen if I stay, if I'm honest. I can't imagine a life outside Barris.
You wouldn't be the first of your kind. Wonder.
A self-imposed exile, I guess. You can tell he probably thinks he's got a better chance outside, is the visuals you're getting here. But he's clearly not eager to leap at the chance.
If you were to join us, perhaps your example might help others come to understand.
He looks at it and goes, you would welcome me on your journey?
I'd look at the others, but I mean, certainly, Wolfhanger looks around at others and, just for confirmation, just I would.
Flip out sharpening knives.
I can't guarantee your safety, but we've been in many a scrape in our time, and I suspect that before this is through, we'll be in a fair few more.
You have kept me safe thus far, with little to believe in, quite frankly. You have, for what I can tell, you have been honest with me. And I with you, where I can. I feel like you're better suited to keep me safe with you, rather than whatever fate awaits me here. But this is my home. If I can help here, I want to.
Aye, that makes sense.
And he's like looking around the room, like you can tell, like he doesn't really want to leave this room either. Like he obviously wants to study every inch of this place. Not that there's much more to really learn, but he's definitely like eager to learn more.
What would you do if we were to simply disappear now?
I think the best thing to do would be to report your absence to the leadership. If I had to follow the protocols.
If you were to relate the story so far with the leadership, how would you do that? For instance,
are you wondering how I would paint the picture of your actions here, Kildrath?
Yes, exactly.
Well, I would send them to youtube.com/VictorTrap and let them watch the VODs. No. Oh, the shamelessness. No, he looks at you and goes, I have not spoken ill of you in your company, nor absent of it. You have been, well, the most welcoming outsiders I have had the fortune to meet. It is a shame that your visit here has coincided with gestures around. There are a lot of questions that you will not be able to answer for the leadership's curiosity. But I think if I can convince them of what happened with 10th, my loss of agency over my own body, perhaps it's a start.
I'm glad to hear that. You're
He does seem unsure about all that, obviously, but he does seem to believe that's his, that's what he could do.
I would ask one thing though. If we were to do this, we would sure take pains to ensure that we weren't aware where we went. Quite honestly, say as much. That would necessitate us going our separate ways before take any such a.
He nods. He says, I am unsure which path to walk, Vanger. I don't wish to take up valuable time that you could be using to make your escape. But I do have to weigh whether my escape is with you, or does it remain here? And he goes off and just sits in the corner. Which is impressive in a round room. Yep. You were saying, Chris?
He made his own corner.
Yep.
He just pushed.
Wait, this was just cardboard?
I'm going to turn to Vanger and Fleabite, and I'm going to put my cards on the table and say, I don't think we should leave here until we know where we stand with the Brew. If we have them as allies, then our job against the Illithid could be so much easier. If we have them as enemies, then we still have a way of escape.
You of wish start with many. Why not start with one? If Sufim Mammoth thing is taken captive, then still of help could be. If killed, then of answer questioned. And if of still in at large, could still be help.
It has to be our target, I feel. If we could find Sufim, or even if we can't find Sufim, then Batuv may have time to have a longer search for Sufim, and Sufim has a way out of the city. So Batuv could be safe either way. We know that Sufim can leave the city. There has to be a way. And I'm sure if one can get out, then two can get out. So I think it's worth the risk.
You know of another. Fleabite, your old friend.
It may have been through the pipes that we came through. There might just be another one that we just didn't locate, that one or two of them have discovered and used. But there is a way to leave this city safely for Batuv, as long as he can find Sufim. So Sufim, again, has to be our target. Find Sufim, get his support. We've seen the technology and the weaponry that he had. If he can bring that to bear in our support, as he said he would, or hinted that he could.
Given circumstances, I think we have to consider the likelihood it's compromise.
But do we not face that situation with the full city? that the full leadership could be compromised, and if they are, and the spell didn't aid them in some way, the wish didn't aid them in some way to remove that situation.
Well, it wouldn't. If they were controlled, it would not. I only wish to protect them from being transformed. That was a big enough ask. However, as powerful as these creatures are, there seem to be many Baru. I don't think they're controlling all of them. Maybe the leadership.
It would be an insane feat to control all of them. That would be insane.
Yes, but the 5 is the 2 have said as the leadership could be.
Yeah, that's only 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The other thing is when 10th broke connection with Batuv, that break was sudden. And why did he make that break? If he could have controlled Batuv,
Well, I think we saw from Batuv's roles in combat why he broke that connection.
because he was a warrior. Yeah.
He might. So he might not be able to fully control him. It might just be a case of like he can have limited control, see through his eyes. There's also, I mean, we have to consider the possibility that while he's controlling someone directly, he is himself vulnerable.
Yeah, these are all possibilities, yep.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know yourself when you're trying to channel into your, like, your Inkblot bird. You're vulnerable.
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to see through its eyes.
Yeah, and that's not,
vulnerable.
and it's like nowhere near on the same level as like taking someone's agency away and controlling it yourself.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not like what Vanguard says probably does make a bit of sense.
And by killing 10th, if he was the only one in the city and it has been the only one in the city, is his control over the leadership dissolved? I think now is the time to test that, to find out that. I do not feel we can leave this city without knowing what ultimate damage we have done. If the Brew are now at war with the Illithid, if the Illithid blame the Brew, if the Brew are
Why
technically
would they
free of
blame the
them,
Baru?
it's still the Brew city.
Sure. But these creatures are not irrational.
Yeah, like 10th was fairly rational in everything he did.
Don't suspect that if he intends to lash out, it will simply be because of anger. They may blame the Baru, but if they do so, I can't see it changing. But well, let me put it this way: they know full well what we said and did front 10th. None of that would implicate the Baru. If they would strike at the Baru, it would only make they no longer useful.
Also, from the fight, 10th wasn't interested in fighting you guys.
It was the dragon.
Yep.
But his people will now know, firstly, that we've killed one of theirs, and secondly, about what we said during the fight that might indicate to them, what has he done? Right? My attempt to throw 10th off balance.
And it's always possible that they now know everything that we've just said, because they still have, like,
that is also
a worm in Batuv.
But I think it probably was Tenth directly controlling him, and with Tenth dead, maybe not.
A lot of assumptions we're making here.
Yeah, so what's your plan, guys? Because there's been a lot of deliberating, which I like. It's good. There's a lot of paths that may or may not work out. What is this narrowing you guys down to?
I still think it's worth trying to find Sophie.
Okay, so let me add another set of
I
choices, right?
kind of
Because
agree.
we haven't really talked ourselves out of finding Safim from the previous chat, right? So I'm still with you on the let's go look for Safim. What are you doing about Batuv? Do you want to encourage him to stay? Or to go? Regardless of what he decides for himself. What do you think is better for him? And for yous and him? Because obviously if you don't want to have, like, a buddy along Baru, maybe discourage him? You just want a buddy along Baru? Maybe
I would
him.
encourage him to stay with us at least as long as we are in Barris.
No, this is specific about leaving Barris.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I would like to argue against leaving Barris.
That is my whole thing here. I kind of feel Keldrath would not want to take him away from his library.
Or his home or his life, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
His family,
exactly.
yeah.
He's
Good
not a warrior.
sport.
He's not travel worn. He's never left the city. You wouldn't want to do that to anybody if there was another choice.
And they take a share of the XP, you're right. Menglod,
So
a gift!
level up might be more
This-
useful.
This Baru! My
So
team
ultimately-
Menglod!
So yeah, ultimately for me, if we are on the good side of the leadership, he can make peace with himself and peace with his people and continue to live here. If we're at odds with the leadership and Batuv is being chastised in any way, shape, or form enough that he wants to flee the city, then he's welcome to come with us. That's my take.
Should maybe have researched the punishment section of the Baru culture as well when you were here. What happens if you commit a crime here? I'm just asking out of curiosity, not that I'm gonna commit crimes. You know?
Well, have we not heard that they exiled at least one other person?
Oh, at
But was
least.
that because
yeah.
they left the city? Yeah.
You're not
Is that
sure?
because they left the
punishment
city
for leaving is that you must leave.
Yeah.
forever?
The,
Or did they do something else within the city that forced them out? I
Right.
don't know the answer to that.
I mean, I don't even know if Fleabite knows why Lyuda was exiled.
Mm.
Do you? Like, there is an answer, but I don't know if you're. Okay.
If Fleabite ever learned, Alexandra's forgotten, and therefore Fleabite's forgotten.
Okay, perfect. But yeah, he wasn't super obviously into sharing that reason. But so that is a thing, and technically, in the narratively excused, Lyuda is somewhere in this city. They're probably not accessible. So the plan is go to Sufim, leave Batuv, hope Batuv fixes things with leadership. Then what though? Because then at some point to learn anything, you would need to get back in touch with Batuv to learn what happened with him. Or you leave him to his fate, whatever that may be. And that's my point. What he's doing with Batuv. Because he's either cutting that cord, or he's looking out for him. Which might involve you having an NPC buddy outside Barris.
See, I still seen Batuv as being our envoy and looking for Safim.
Okay, but
Rather
again,
than
the
us
problem that
looking for
comes with that
Safim.
though is, if you send him off to do that, you just risk what happened before happening again. That's the only thing.
Yeah, so I think we
And
go-
remember, you had to wait hours. Remember, it was like 8 or 9 hours you waited before you actually went looking for him and found him yourself.
And sort of what I think. I don't think we want to let him out of our sight. I think he's still slightly a liability, and
I love how like skeptical you are and nobody else is. Like, what happened to you today, Alexander?
Yeah, if we just keep, so I think to answer your question, stay with him, keep him with us.
Even if that means leaving Barris. Because surely if he's a liability, you don't want him coming with you.
No,
To your
if he's a
super-
liability, then we take him with him. We go into the woods. Some of us don't come
Dump
out.
his ass somewhere.
Yeah.
But your worry is that he's a liability, but you just don't know he is, right?
Mhm.
But that's your worry. So how will you discern that? Because surely when you learn, if he does come with you, it'll be too late.
Yeah.
You see my thinking? It's weird, Colin.
I think I'm willing to run that risk.
Okay, right. So what you're saying is,
I think we've got to go that way. I think we've got to.
Mhm.
If we don't trust him enough to let him go himself, is being suggested.
it's not even so much
then-
about trusting to let him go himself. You're leaving him to whatever fate befalls him. That's the other side of it, right? It's not just about trust. It's about if things go badly, you aren't there to know that. He just vanishes from the
Yeah.
game. That's just it, though, right?
So
Yeah.
I think I also think we have a very, very slim chance of finding Sufim without his direct help. So
He would literally need to give you the map, right? He'd have to.
We have no chance of finding him undetected, essentially. So.
Yes.
so we keep him in, we give him a tab in the NPCs and welcome aboard.
There is also. Banger, do you have sending prepared?
No.
But you can have it prepared, right?
Can I?
If you take time to prep spells, you can, correct?
I don't recall.
It's a level 3 spell, and I believe clerics do get it. So can you cast level 3
I'll-
spell?
Okay. I mean, I can, obviously, but I'd have
So
to
it means
check.
that you can get it, right? As a thing.
Mhm.
And you've
Yeah,
met Sufim.
I know.
So the only
It's
worry
just
there
a
is, do
Maybe
you...
that I can get it.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure you can. But
I didn't know that it was a cleric spell, so let me just check.
it's because
I
clerics
can't
get all the
remember.
best spells. So beyond that, the only worry is if you were worried about sending being detected.
Well, I mean, that's not the only worry, to be fair, because this could actually seriously injure me.
Yes, but it is 30 damage max.
Yeah, I know. It's-
Just saying, you have that as an option. And also keep in mind you'd need a long rest to get that spell, so it wouldn't actually injure you at all.
Yeah, but I don't have the opportunity to long. You're right. I mean, I would have to in order to get it. And
But-
I've seen it. I can. But when am I going to get? You know, but
Just
we've
saying,
kind of wasted our time if I have it.
I'm just saying, it is an option.
Yeah, but if we for it to be an option, we would have to waste over a day.
Yes. You'd need to waste 22 hours.
So it's not really an option.
But currently-
I'm contesting.
But currently you have spent this session going from a library to the tomb and then discussing
Yeah.
every
I know, I
option
just don't
with
think that's
no
the better
outcome.
option.
Okay?
Because it involves the first thing we all ruled out, right? Which is wait around for a day.
Okay. But how many sessions are going to be like this? Where we just talk about action? You see my point here as a GM?
Oh
So
no,
if
I
we-
totally
Yep.
see it. I just don't see it
Yep.
as
So,
Don't see any other way.
so what
that
is...
could be said about anything, right?
what-
Not
so
just simply
what's-
sending.
What's everyone's plan, right? So, like, let's not lean too much on each other's thoughts because they might be similar, but give me the ABC of how this goes, right? So, Alexander, how do you see this playing out? What's the team going to do immediately?
We take Sufim to where he thinks. We take Batuv to where he thinks Sufim is.
Right.
If he's not there, we go to where he's likely to have been taken, or to where he is likely to be in hiding. The best that we know, and we then try and improve our knowledge of such.
Okay, and if you get him, what next?
Oh, then that's the start of the uprising.
It's a start of another session of dialogue, it's fine. Yep.
That's what we've got one. That's the hardest part. Then we need to work on convincing. It's much easier to convince a few more Baru, and we've got a force to take the ship.
And you want to take the ship? Sorry, let's go back a step. So,
Ignore that last
Yeah.
comment. Yeah,
No,
we'll
no.
get to there. We want
okay.
to take Baru before the ship.
Okay. So, talk me through this. You know, Safim can fly. So I'm just going to put that out there for you, Fleabite. Getting to the ship is at least attainable. Whether or not in is a different story. So, what is your next step though? What if Safim's like, you should all just leave? You see my point? Like, a lot of it hinges on you being able to rally.
Mhm.
Which is, like, I'm not saying it's a bad idea, I'm just saying it's what it means to be fully aware. Okay. So, Chris, what's your immediate plan?
Virtually the exact same.
It's convenient that, isn't it?
Yeah, and again, if we do get to Safim and there is no resistance and he doesn't see a way forward, then we're out the city.
Okay.
But he might give us a safer route out the city than us having to destroy walls or use the ring or whatever.
Or he's compromised and you're back in danger.
Or he's compromised and we're back in danger.
So
And
is that
that's
a
still-
risk you can take currently?
Yes, because we've still got the wish ring.
Okay.
Ultimately, that's the get out of the last throw of the dice is we cannot go into battle unless we rest for.
Let me just
23,
highlight the part
24
where
hours.
you
I
could all
would say
you could all get stunned in round 1.
Yeah.
That's all I'm gonna say. And if Fleabite's worried about being compromised, that is now information the Illithid would have if Fleabite skepticism is warranted, which I'm not saying it is. So your
If
wish
they
ring
have the
is a
jump.
potential get out of jail free card completely, yes.
Yes.
But it's not a
Potential.
guarantee at this stage. Because you know what that's done is absolutely horrible. You know that. There is no way around that, other than if Vanger can get his defenses up, which again he currently can't without taking potentially 40 damage.
And again, this is why I'm still torn between having that long rest to get Vanger Fleabite fully healed.
Fleabite would still be
torn
fucked
there.
by 2 days, but that's fine. Fleabite does need 3
yeah.
days to get back in action fully, though.
But I'm 1 day from
Yeah.
more combat effective.
Is that tier 3 of exhaustion that fucks you for combat?
Tier 3 is
Saves?
attack rolls and saves.
Right. 2 is
Um,
movement?
yeah.
And 1 is just skill checks, so who cares about that?
So essentially, 1 gets me a bit better into the fight. A good bit better into the fight.
I was going to say, 1 stops you having disadvantage in combat. That's the main thing to say. So 1 day's rest does that. It gets Vanger basically fully armed and operational. His strength, I think, is I think your strength's still fucked, right? But beyond that,
I'd have to check again. What
Yeah.
it takes to-
I think you still need 1 extra day after this. I think you'd have to do a long rest this day and then, I think.
Yeah, I
1 more
think
day.
that's correct. Yes, I think it was
Um,
2 long rests, provided they were
Yeah, uneventful.
not. There was
Yeah.
there was nothing. There was some other. There was if X gets interrupted,
Mhm.
then it does. There was some caveat whereby I think it was just to stop.
But you
cheesing
wouldn't
it
take
somehow.
damage after this long rest, is what is the main thing if you
Yeah.
cast, which is good. And you'd be
That
able
would
to
be
pick,
very important.
and you'd be able to deliberately pick spells. Not so much
Yes.
necessarily sending, but just combat relevant or escape relevant spells. Situational spells is a better word. And obviously our monk could then just get all of his key back anyway.
Oh, done.
Yep. Um,
And again, with the long rest, you know more about dragons than we do. How much would that retain his health?
you don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably not, because he doesn't have hit dice.
Doesn't mean to say long rest doesn't heal NPCs though.
Okay.
But the thing is, you just don't know. That's it. That's the only downside to that. So, I guess our options come back to long rest or not, Sufim or not, what risk are you willing to take?
Vanger, we've had our say. Your turn.
Yeah, so what's your immediate plan? I know I skipped you, sorry for that.
Mhm.
Thanks for reminding me.
No, I have no idea.
Yeah, it is, it's
But I
tricky.
have a couple of things. Like, I am absolutely dead set against taking the long rest. That is a whole like whatever advantage we might have now is just wasted.
Would be lost.
It does give
Um,
them like 22 hours to look for you if they are looking.
And in addition to that, it solves a problem that we could solve with the ring, which would then get rid of the problem of having the ring. Yeah, it would then make it more difficult for us to leave, but potentially we have a very big solution to that. So I see very little reason to do that because we could just get its effects instantly, and in doing so, sort of get rid of what really is kind of a burden.
But likewise, you could just blow up
Because-
the ship above the sky. Like
We could,
yeah.
but I mean, that's a path that I did try to avoid walking.
Yes.
Um,
I'm not saying Vanger would, want that.
I mean, it might come to that. He's not not unwilling to fight, and obviously, you get into a fight with a dragon involved, it could get pretty dramatic. But
Yeah.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think we can just sit around. For
As
a
it
day.
stands as well, if Jembite was like in a good condition, which he currently isn't, if he was in a good condition, you know that if he can fly, at least one of you, if not one and Fleabite of you, could ride him. He is large enough to take at least one and Fleabite, because Fleabite counts as a small person.
Or 1 plus 2 people in a sack.
Or, likewise, he might be able to take all three of you. You just don't know his capabilities yet. And Jembite has flown, but in like bursts that Fleabite's witnessed. So it's not like it's impossible.
I don't.
I don't mean like
have-
for anything other than just that's also things to consider that's
No, I,
worth
It's
noting.
just things that I have considered. I do agree that we should make use of our time in the city if we can. I don't know what the best plan is there. I really have no strong feelings.
So focus on the least worst plan instead.
No, that's the same thing, just for worded differently. I really have no idea. I'm completely fine to go with what others suggest.
Okay.
I do think we need to be a little warier. I mean, that's actually what I was about to say when you said it, was that these guys could just stun you instantly without you even seeing them.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
So we don't know that we're going to have the opportunity to use it. So maybe it's better that we use that sooner rather than later.
If I was a player in the team, I would 100% be screaming that at everyone. Because yes, that shouldn't be something that's overlooked. You were very lucky to not just be entirely stunned and watch like Jembite just be murked. You were very lucky that wasn't just how that like first several rounds of combat went.
And the thing is, as well, that I would be entering the fight still as gimped, but with one less spell slot.
At least we know your cantrips are like safe, but it's not ideal. Yes.
I would be pretty much the same health, and otherwise just minutely less able. Like not
and
in a way
Jembite
that's
is
likely
half
to have
health
much
as well,
effect.
so you're a big gun, as it were.
Yeah. We would, of course, but Jembite would be entering the fight weaker. Say we rock up in another fight comparable to that last one. Well, would we be able to survive that? I don't know. So I think we have to be very, very cautious here about.
I would factor in as well as if information from that fight got back. That's a big if. if any information from the fight got back to anybody else, you're gonna have to assume it's gonna be a bigger resistance you face next time if you get into a fight.
I don't think it is a big if, actually, because he's an Illithid. The question is, did it get back to the Baru? It got back to someone. But are we going to face any opposition within this city? We're definitely going to face some opposition, but is it going to be in the here and now?
Yeah, it's tricky.
So I guess if I had a plan, it would probably be whatever we do needs to involve using that ring very soon.
Any preference to what the use of the ring would be for a more immediate, use?
Bringing us back to normal would be a great way to prepare us should anything happen in the city, and it would put us in a position where we'd be better able to use the time that we have. But equally, getting us out of the city, should we choose to do that, would give us time to heal up organically and the opportunity to inform others of what's going on.
The other two. Any strong thoughts about Venger's thoughts?
As to we could be stopped and stunned, that kind of never goes away.
It doesn't, which is why it's not so much of a
But
problem. if
in
we
one
have a ring
scenario,
that
I was
can
going to
take
say,
it off.
yeah, in one scenario where they get a wish spell out of it.
Yeah.
In the other, they don't. That's the main dilemma there.
Plus,
Well, and this is a sort of a positive and a negative. Both cases are kind of over our dead body. So it's
not
kind of-
really. Because imagine that you are fully healed, the wish spell is used. The chances of you being successfully stunned are lower. The chances that you're easily murked when you're stunned are lower. And the thing that they get out of stunning you is less.
Yep.
Everything that they benefit from, if they were able to just stun lock us all now, wouldn't be gone, but
Also,
would
they
be
could
less.
just wish to undo what you did to them.
Exactly.
Which
If that
means
is-
your new characters that come in to finish the story are fucked.
I think the other problem as well is it's just a case of there's going to be a difference between fighting them with me able to use spells and me not, or Fleabite being able to actually fight effectively and Fleabite not, right? Even if they get a stun off in the first round, we've seen before we can basically all be stunned and still survive a fight.
Yep.
But probably not if we're half dead and their healer can't use his healing.
Yeah. And these are capable of insane damage, like the combos you have access to. Never mind a dragon. So yeah, there is that. That is worth considering. What was your It sounded like you had more than just that one thought though, Alexander. Sounded like the stunning thing was at least one part of a thought process.
It sort of is more returning to my point of if we are then using it to escape, or if we are escaping the city, that if they were able to locate us through whatever means, that they could just appear and they would have the initiative to stun us without us necessarily being able to do anything about it.
Where would you go, Alexander, if you had the choice though? If you were to leave the city, where would you go? Where do you think the safest place to go is? There's two answers, obviously.
Their ship. That's the last place they would look for us.
Climb in the window and they're just all staring at you, scrubbing their pots and pans after.
Yeah.
What do they even need pots and pans for?
They are used to projecting force across the world. They're not really ones to be defending themselves in their own territory.
The narrator
If we
from
do that,
Arrested
though,
Development
we are
comes up.
attacking them in their current condition.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying we had. Well, yeah.
Yeah, you are. Yeah. It's not a terrible plan. It's just a bad plan.
Depends. It depends how long it takes us to find Sophie.
But that isn't long resting.
If we find Sophie, we're just going to be exactly as fucked as we are now.
But we have Sophie, who we've seen is quite capable.
And if there is a resistance roundabout, him, could offer us a place to long rest while he negotiates and
Unless he's choked on a
moves things
tadpole.
forwards. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's just the way Alexander said it, it just sounded like it was a guaranteed ally. That was all. I'd love to give you the confidence that Sufim was a guaranteed ally. Trust me, if I could do it, I would, but I'm not going to mislead the group. He looks like he could easily be compromised. If Batuv was compromised, Sufim could have been, especially since Batuv was on his way to see Sufim.
But Batu is now next to us.
Yes, but we
If we're
don't know if
assuming
Batuv got to Sufim or not.
Yeah, so if we're thinking that he is as compromised as Batuv, and Batuv is standing next to us, then there's a very real chance that he's also somewhat okay.
Or they're both compromised.
In which case, the point is slightly moot.
Well, not really, because you could separate from Batuv, and in that way that would then, obviously, if he was going to betray you at some point, it would likely be catalysed into that moment, right? So, yeah, you'd find that out pretty quickly. And you've seen his garbage in combat anyway, so...
But that may have been him planting the seeds for us to trust him.
Mhm. Okay, so... The plans now sound like escape, or heal, or attack the skyship, or Sufim. Or is there anything else I've missed? I think that's about it, right? Long rest, I guess, is already ruled out. So, but
On
wishing
the
for a
way
long
to
rest is
Sufim,
not. Okay.
I'm still not against trying the old.
You could all wish to be Baru.
But going to the kitchen, seeing if we can get a big fire going, that could give us potentially getting Gembite unbloodied, because we still
Yes,
don't really
running
have
through the palace to one of the probably most used areas of the palace.
I never said we were going to be stealthy either way.
Okay. I'm not saying it's a bad
'Cause-
plan. It's just not a good
Well,
plan.
currently, do we have any other way of healing Gembite?
Yes, probably. Significantly so. It just makes a very, very sad Baru.
Well, I mean,
Oh, no, regardless of...
ring.
Yeah. You don't think that's going to upset him? You just feed it to a dragon?
No, I'm
I
not
think we're
suggesting
by
we
that
feed it to
stage.
Dragon. I'm suggesting we heal us
Oh,
all
I
up,
thought you just meant to feed it to Jimbo.
because that would presumably include him.
Depends on the wording of the wish, yeah.
I mean, we would
Mm.
word it to include him. Okay, even if we forgot to word it to include him, I'd be a fully healed healer.
Yes. Yes.
But we lose out on the potential of just feeding him the wish.
That I suppose is an option as well. But we have joked
Sure.
about that.
Absolutely.
And you know it's a lot
I'm
of
not
power.
doing that without being beside a balcony.
Yes, I agree. We do that outside.
It
Yeah,
might,
that's
it
outside.
might make a balcony. Yeah.
So, we're going around in circles here.
We are indeed.
Well,
But it is- we-
either
We are stripping away, though, a lot of the options. It might not seem
so
like
we're
that.
down to two options as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
One, we use the wish ring to heal the party fully to our full health, our full restoration for the full party and the two NPCs.
Okay. Or
We take the chance and we go as a party to find Sufim right now and try to get it done before we end the session.
Okay.
That's the way
I like
that's
the
way I see it at
optimism.
moment.
I like the
No,
optimism.
I'm not
Yeah,
saying
it's
we
good.
will. I'm just saying that would be a good place to end the session. Either use the wish ring and end the session, or
I don't
go
know.
and find Sufim
I'm
and end the
thinking, though,
session.
like next Wednesday, though, an assault in the condition you are in on a skyship is pretty epic, though.
No, it would be very short.
It would be very, very, very terrible. Yes, you shouldn't do it yet.
But again, I think that's a future discussion when we find out about Sufim. I've got no problem using the wish ring to heal us all and bring us all to full health. But I would want to add in some.
Do you not have any allies? Because these are, like, I mean, external to this scenario. Do you have
But
nobody?
we don't have any enemies either, apart from the Illithid.
Well, no, I don't know if that's true.
Yeah,
We don't know. Sitting in this room, we don't know.
Yeah, but if we don't know we don't have enemies, we can't assume we don't have enemies.
Exactly. But we can't assume.
Close my eyes.
And we're round in circles again. So, do you want me to use a wish?
Well, I meant
this
the fact
last
that
one
you
was
no use have enemies. The Gith Yankee are enemies.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Von Rune is technically an enemy now. I mean, Twin Anne's probably not a fan.
In our darkest moment, Warren Canty returns.
So I'm looking at the wish page just now, and I'm going to delete most of the text from that, except for healing and restoration potions that will heal the party to full health.
Can I make a suggestion?
You can.
Right, let me just get back into that wish and see it again. Right. Why not just wish for it to happen?
Mhm.
Yes, just wish for us all to be restored to full health.
More specifically, completely restored. And
The
And-
the consequences of the wish is regardless of anything else, isn't it?
but I'm gonna say here something that hadn't occurred to me that may have been planted in my head by someone outside the party, who shall remain nameless, Ryan.
Thank you.
Which was that the effects of the wish would take place instantaneously upon use of the wish.
Which means you could delay what you were wishing for.
So, for instance, if we were to be healed to our full capacities in 5 minutes' time,
It's jank as fuck, though. But also, you might die.
theoretically, rules is written.
Yep.
Listen, I've asked Jerry Crawford, and he just said yes. No, I haven't asked Jerry Crawford, obviously.
No,
Why
he
would
said. No, he actually answered. In his games, he runs it just like Dark Vision. Was the exact answer we got back to this
I?
question.
He actually just responded with a page number. It was quite confusing.
The book doesn't even go that high.
Just the word book.
But anyway, so
Jerry Crawford, if you're watching,
yeah, this was like I think it
okay.
was like 3 weeks ago. I think. Also, yeah, welcome, Jeremy Crawford, if you're watching. Bizarre that would be.
that would be odd. I would be
mhm.
surprised to learn that.
I
Can't even keep Siren watching for a full show.
was gonna say, answer my bloody tweet if you're watching, Jeremy Crawford.
Yeah, Jeremy Crawford.
Am I getting my fucking revamped version of the fucking sorcerer origin for the dragons? But anyway, so in this moment, yeah, I think about 3 weeks ago, I think I had this conversation with Colin outside the game where I said you have many options. Obviously, I think it was when we were waiting on the combat session, so maybe it was it would be before last session, at some point, because we were obviously in that hairy condition of maybe everybody just dies here, and this thus ends the campaign really efficiently. But I did mention that you would take the damage by using the wish. Doesn't mean to say you can't ask for the effects to happen after. You suffer that. There's nothing in text that says you.
Which had never occurred to me. But
It's because
it is-
I'm jank as fuck with rules as written. Yeah,
and you're quite generous
Yeah.
sometimes, right?
I am. I
The
think.
one reason that I would always go for it happen rather than we get tools to make it happen is what happens if someone denies us those tools.
So, that's always an option. I don't know how you use wish for like the equivalent of like long rests in universe.
Yeah, without using
um,
of unit. Yeah.
like, but there is probably a way to say, can we all benefit from like a week's worth of rest in a mere moment? You could probably say something akin to that, right?
I'd probably put it something like that. Like say,
It's a more natural term than simply a day.
in a few minutes' time, all all of us, or maybe just list the names, will feel the benefit of a week of rest.
Everybody called Batuve in the world. Feels great all of a sudden.
Probably there aren't that many Batuvs, so that's okay. Unless it's just a really, really common name.
Well, when
that
you
we have
passed through the
somewhere.
gift shop, did you not see all the Batuve license plates that were there?
No, I just noticed a lot of boards.
And do you know why you didn't? It's because they were all sold out, Vanger. That's how
Oh,
popular
wow.
that name
Yeah,
is.
that's fair.
Thank you for walking on that. Oh dear. So anyway, besides nonsense Simpsons references, that is options.
My
you
son
have.
is also named Bart. Sorry.
It's so good.
Right. Okay. That is a good option, and I think that honestly, I think that's what I.
Well,
lean
how did the
towards,
the
but
others feel regarding this insight? Because I'm not saying it's the best
Yeah.
option. It's just a good option.
There is an other obvious option for the wish, which is just get out of Dodge. But
Yep.
I think we all agree that there's more we can do here.
Yes, I am going to surprise the entire world and say that it feels like we could save it for something more useful.
Horde
If we have
the ring, you
limitless
say.
cosmic power in our hands, and we use it to achieve what 3 days of nothingness would also achieve.
I
That's
don't disagree at all.
Yeah, because then when you spend all the money, you don't have any money.
Exactly.
So I've heard.
If I ate my cake, I would not have a cake, and I would rather have.
But
the
what's
cake
the
than
point in
cake.
having a cake and not eating it? That's what.
So
I
that you can eat it.
But if you did eat it, then that is the purpose of being able to eat it.
And
But then I
this,
wouldn't be able to eat it.
this,
you would-
folks at home, is what's called campaign planning hysteria. And it's when people get to the point in the campaign where they realise, oh god, everything could go terribly wrong from here, and decisions stop getting made.
These folks at home is also why Alexander stopped being given Easter eggs as a kid. Because I wouldn't eat it until the next year when I got another one.
That's terrible.
Wow. I had to be stopped eating multiple.
By your
which is
powers
why I was a
combined,
fat kid.
Alexander would have no Easter eggs and Colin would just be full of
Yes.
chocolate.
Also, I like breaking them. It's quite satisfying.
It
Right?
is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so this game. Keldrath, how do you feel about...
I'm so on.
Yes.
I have
feel like that's
written,
good for me.
I
If
have
you have
written
two
wish to.
pies,
Yeah, I have written wish to as being after our next short rest, the party, including NPC characters, will be completely restored, and the team will be at full health and combat readiness.
Right, can I tell you why, as a player, I would not want that said? Because the phrase completely restored could undo the first wish's effects.
also
short rest,
after
the party, including NPCs.
after the short rest, why wait that long?
I don't know, 5 minutes. It just seems a relative.
Yeah, I think like short rest in this sense meant like 5 minutes rather than
Yeah,
a
yeah,
short
exactly.
Rest,
It didn't mean.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Not a mechanical short rest, just an actual brief period of time. So, yeah, you definitely want to word it more like the in-universe terms I used, like a week condensed to a moment, because then Fleabite gets all of his exhaustion wiped, which I imagine wouldn't be unwelcome.
And also, I can wear my armor again.
Yep, you'd get his strength back too. Doesn't need to be as long as a week. You do need basically 3 days though. I think that is literally the minimum to get everybody back to tip-top condition.
A week feels like a natural amount. To
It
say,
does,
though.
doesn't it? Right, it does feel like an in-universe, like a less specific,
A full 10 days week.
a 10-day.
Yes,
Hi, weeks
that's
in
how
this.
long weeks are in this planet.
Yep.
Why
Well-
are you saying this in this manner?
I
do not
voted for
know.
Kodos.
I did. You know what? I don't regret.
Um,
I didn't vote for Kodos. Viewers at home. The fictional character from a television show known as Simpson.
and if you're watching The Simpsons, well, don't watch this instead.
You should probably.
Wow, thanks.
Sorry.
Sad GM. Okay, I guess this tomb collapses in on you all. Thus concludes the game. Would everybody be happy using the wish in this way? Alexander, I know your feelings. But
I completely understand his reservations.
But you would hold on to it till it was taken from you. I think is the problem. Do
I
you?
mean, I'm not going to disagree.
I was gonna say, do you disagree? It's gonna be literally the next words out of my mouth.
I don't not undisagree.
I would aim to hold on to it until the end of the campaign. Whether it was taken from me before that is
And then just
possible.
wish to go back to the beginning. And do everything I just did. Okay. So
Okay, how about we rephrase the wish then?
So it's not about the wording that I care about just now. It's more just, is that what you're
No.
going to use it for?
No, that's exactly what I mean, though. Our fear at the present time is that we go looking for Safim. Safim has been hijacked.
Let's make it even broader.
And-
If you just go do anything, you're fucked. If something goes wrong.
Right.
It's not
And
even just
being-
finding Safim. Just doing anything, you're in a vulnerable position right now.
Yes, don't disagree.
Even resting.
Oh.
Even taking a long rest is a vulnerable thing for you to do because of the time lost. So
Right.
every action is risky. Yes.
So, how about we say, for the spell, as a backup, at the initiation of the next combat session, the party will feel the benefit of a week's rest, completely restoring the team to full health and combat readiness.
Why wait?
Because if we get to Safim and we don't have to use the ring,
But you'd be using the ring
You
to
must
make
go
that
with
But
it.
you would be
happen.
using the you would use the ring, right?
all right,
You'd have
okay,
been
yeah,
wishing
I
for
suppose.
the condition. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. So it's like,
Mm.
ring, I wish that you ready in action
Yeah.
to do this.
Yeah, but you can't conditionally use wish.
I
Right?
know. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be fun if you could, but it would also be kind of broken, I dare say.
I guess you could. Could you not hold action? Like, mechanically?
There's no point.
No, I absolutely
the
agree with that.
That is the
Um,
the baseline is you're just running risk currently. Also, by doing that, Vanger would still need to put his armor on, which takes 10 fucking minutes. That's 100 rounds of combat. Because he can't wear it in his current condition. Remember.
But you can still cast spells.
I can cast cantrips.
I'm lost.
Yeah.
This
If I
week.
cast my 1 level 5 slot, I could be downed.
And remember, that was lucky that he got a nat 20 last time. That was kind of what turned the fight, really.
So the decision is: do we use the spell or not?
Ultimately,
I don't
yes.
I
Because every
I
path you have
completely get your
discussed,
reticence.
every path you have discussed that isn't using the wish to get out of Barris to somewhere safe, I'm using air quotes, because that's up to you guys to decide where would that be. If you aren't using it in that way, everything you undertake is at risk. If you aren't healing.
That is how I feel.
Yeah, I think that's how it's summarized, because literally none of you are you are all vulnerable. All of you. Like, Keldreth, you're vulnerable purely because you're trying to look out for our party. So,
And also, like, you're not 100%, right? You've expended some stuff.
hit dice mostly. He's kind of
Hit
alright.
dice.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's basically 100%.
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Even you aren't like 100% without any downsides here, right? And you're far, far better positioned than the rest of us are.
Oh
Yeah.
no, I mean in that last combat, I used 8 out of my 9 key points. So if it was going to last much longer than that, I was in trouble.
Yep.
So
And Jim
the-
Bite starting at half power.
exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm well aware of all of that.
So I guess it comes back to, is the wish used to fix you all, or move you all? What would you prefer? Because moving buys you time to heal.
Yeah.
It doesn't stop what's happening in Barris from happening. Not to say you staying can stop it. So, fix you guys, or move you guys away to fix you guys? Moving away also gives you a chance to grow your dragon.
It's fair. Or to grow a dragon without like eating a city,
Correct. Yeah.
eventually.
Literally,
Healer
like the
makes it.
archives of the city. Yeah.
How does Gembite feel about all this? What does he want to do? Can he make a decision for us?
Can he decide? This is like when Vanguard was like, "Can the Great Father make the wish for me?"
It's not quite what I was saying.
Yeah, no, I know. So
I didn't actually want that, to be
I
taken
know.
away. From
I know. It's why it wasn't. Don't worry, buddy. So, just one
What
of
kind of magical weapon do you want, and can it heal the whole party while you're doing it?
I mean, I don't. Well, that's something that will have to be explored, I think, later.
the problem as well is if you wish for that, it might just move you to that item.
Yeah.
That's two birds, one stone.
No, it's one Dragonborn away from you guys.
Oh yeah, because it probably moved him rather than all
Yeah.
of us.
Yep.
Well, we could always specify move it to. But anyway,
Yeah. So
I
healer
don't think
move.
that's best.
I think the vote just now for you guys, right? Healer move. Type it in. Roll 20. Just put your strongest feeling in, I guess.
I don't want to leave the city. I think we just heal. If we're going to use a spell, we just heal.
I'm agreed. I still think there's more we can do here.
We could investigate certain things before we make such judgments.
No, remember we just discussed that everything you do is at risk. What would you like to
Okay,
investigate?
What if, even if we just went back to like the library, got some of the bookshelves, set them on fire, see if that healed Gembite?
If we're going to just heal Gembite, I'm going to take him a little walk and just feed him a couple of gems. My fear with that is him growing and not just healing.
Mm.
Because every time he eats them, he grows as well as heals. Or we don't know if he heals, but he grows.
Yeah.
And I don't want him growing anymore in here.
Yeah, this would not be the best location for him to grow.
No.
Like the library door is only 10 feet wide to get you into the rest of the castle or the palace. Sorry.
And I'm still carrying 2 of the gems
Yes.
that can be fed at any time. So, but unfortunately, we can't eat those gems to heal us. Or trust me,
I mean, you
the library
can
would be devoured for you guys at the
Right.
moment.
you can eat them because most things are edible once, right?
Do you still have a mortar and pestle?
I remember I had the last time you
no, we'll
started
move
that.
past where I was going with that.
Yep. So,
Okay.
so where's your vote here?
I just wish there was more we could do with the gem, the wish ring, than just heal us. That's my only thing.
I mean, there is, but doing that incurs risks, which we could take if we think we can get away from here safely with the ring and use it, a later date, or use it for something the now and then get away safely. That's absolutely an
Yeah.
option.
To discuss your getting away safely options very briefly again, without using the ring. Sufim has a lot of risks to it. Ordax Crystal and see if he can teleport you out, because you know he can teleport. And then climbing the wall, hoping that Gembite disrupts whatever stops you climbing the wall. Flying, assuming Gembite can. Building a small trebuchet, getting every day in the bag of holding, and volleying yourselves over the wall, hoping for the best. There are possibly others. Swimming out, the way he's come in. So
I don't think Gembite's going through those pipes.
no, but currently he is big enough to still fit in the bag of holding if it was empty.
That's a shame. Oh no, there was just no way.
Also, there's no guarantee Gembite wouldn't just absorb the bag of holding's magic. It's just a bag. So yeah. You do have options to attempt to get out, but most of them involve massive amounts of risk. That's the problem.
If Keldrath does take the way, if we did do the wish, we would still. Would we not then still have 2 people running or having the risk of the the strength 3? just trying to reread how it
No,
all
because if you're
works.
wishing for a week's rest after you've taken that, you're
Yeah.
buying all that time back. Remember, a week is 10 days in this world. It's important because
Because-
no matter what you roll, or how many days you're fucked, you'll always outdo it with 10 days worth of long rests in you.
Right.
Yep.
I think that's the outcome that I want, so I'm just gonna close the
Yep.
wish tab and
Yep.
stop reading.
It's like rules is written. It doesn't say.
No, that's fine.
Yep.
We're moving past.
Yep, when the GM has agreed that what you want
Yep.
you'll get, you just, yep, there's a smile and nod function. He's all voted to heal, and yet we're still debating moving.
We voted to heal out of those options. We didn't say that those are the options we're going to take.
Yep. So what is the
But
plan
if
at
our
this stage?
characters are all convinced we need to do something here and now, then I think it is.
Especially if Fleabite doesn't trust Betuve. Wouldn't you rather be in a better condition to combat that if it comes up?
I mean, I still think Fleabite could take the two, but
I mean, I kind of think Fleabite could easily take Betuve, to be perfectly honest, but that's besides the point as well. So far as you can tell.
Honestly, in his current condition, all it takes is a few really bad rolls, and you get disadvantage in fucking everything.
I do have one. I can do one attack with no disadvantage. Like, actually, no, I can do almost all my attacks with disadvantage.
None of this is deciding what to do, guys. This is just debating possibilities. So, what is the actual step? We're not ending until you take a step somewhere. So what are we doing?
After a short break, the party will feel the benefit of a week's rest, completely restoring the team to full health and combat readiness.
Any last objections against that course of action?
They will all be holding a thing within their hands.
Quick, wish for more wishes. Why did we not think of that?
No objection.
Alexander?
This person.
Including the Genasi.
Oh god.
Sorry.
All of them? Like
Well, just the ones that are in here with us.
oof.
Yeah, the Guardian gets put back together.
Adair feels better all of a sudden.
And by the party, I do include Jembai and Batuv.
Okay.
Do we include Sophie?
I mean, I don't think you can. He clearly is not part of this party.
Then I say we get this party started.
I see.
Any arguments against that spell? Anything else you would like me to add? New weapon for Vanguard.
Yeah, let's just tick off some goals here.
It's like treating the wish as a concierge. I love it. Any good bars in town? Okay, so after a short break, the party will feel the benefit of a week's rest, completely restoring the team to full health and combat readiness. Okay, interesting. I don't see any overt issues there. I'm not saying there's covert issues. Just saying that seems fine. Because what it will do is give you essentially 10 long rests in a row.
Going once.
I feel like a real jerk GM could interpret that.
To move you 10 days in the future.
That, but also the getting rid of exhaustion states that you need to like sleep and eat and drink.
But you can't benefit from a week's rest if you aren't sleeping, eating, and drinking also.
So you could just die.
Right, but again, you're not wishing to die, right? Because you
So,
could benefit from the week's rest then.
This is why
So if I just
Alexander
think-
shouldn't ever
if I-
GM us with a wish die.
If I just stick a word in there, then after a short break, the party will feel all the benefits of a week's rest.
All the positive benefits, which I know is somewhat redundant, but not entirely.
Just
Benefit is
Just
subjective.
feel free to add it in if it makes them
positive
feel
is
better.
subjective.
All the
Mm.
positive benefits of a week's rest, completely
Yeah, like
restoring the team.
adding negative levels would be a No, I'm kidding. On you go. Please keep adding.
No, that's literally
Yeah,
true. It would,
yeah.
Adding
Mhm.
would be positive. Positive is simply how you phrase things, largely.
Yep. It's
You can
just
make anything positive.
After a short break, the party will feel all the positive benefits of a week's rest, completely restoring the team to full health and combat readiness.
I'm also just gonna slightly edit it, just for clarity's sake.
You know, actually, something that can't be a positive. I don't
Negative.
have my goose emoji anymore because my Prime sub ran out, so I can't goose emoji. But in its
Alas.
place, what have I got?
I have just specified
10 days.
is a week, just in case it's ever brought into question, because D&D
Great.
standard is 10 days, a 10 day for a week. So, if you are happy with that, you know where it goes.
The box.
Yeah.
Are you everybody happy with that?
I think so.
I don't think I would use that word, but I think it is.
Which word?
Yeah. Which one?
We
Speak-
could certainly.
may as well speak
be
now.
convinced.
The word I was going to use is happy with the decision.
Okay. I thought you meant wish specific.
Um, I think those words are as good as they will be in my mind.
Okay. If you have a better course of action, also, welcome. It's Callum.
Hey, Callum. Hey, Rockstar.
They're about to
Mm.
make their second wish potentially.
Quick, give us a new idea.
It
Something
only-
completely random.
It only
Quick,
took
quick.
us 3 hours and 36 minutes 40 seconds to get this far,
You know.
which is almost on the cusp of a decision. So,
But when
Alexander,
we take things into
no,
all
Alexander, this is the last moment. Use this next sentence to tell us your better plan, or this is us.
I'm going to rally around my earlier idea that as this wasn't something that we expected to have, so therefore any way that we use it is a boon. And had it been 2 burgers, then that would have been better than we were before.
Two burgers better, specifically.
So I think we continue as we have considered.
So, Chris, that's Alexander's speech for go for it.
Anger? 100% with us?
What?
Are you happy with us yet?
Oh, sorry. I wasn't sure what you were saying. And yeah, no, I think if we're staying, we have to.
Be operational.
We're in dire risk and we can't really rest now. So we either need to go or heal. And I think we all agree that there's stuff we can do in the city and should do. So
Okay. So yeah, officially say the words then, Keldrath.
I wish that after a short break, the party will feel the positive benefits of a week's rest, completely restoring the team to full health and combat readiness.
Do you put it in the box for me as well? Copy it over. It's...
Into the Roll20.
No. Into the
No,
second
put it
wish
in
box. Just the super second official. Okay, I can dump it over. In there, that's what I was meaning. And then we'll embolden that.
Okay.
Well, we know what happens now.
I roll dice or we all get healed. One or the other.
You did ask for something beyond the scope, so it's
Mhm.
9d10.
I'm dead.
Not yet.
So.
So you could do /R, space. 9
I
D10
can revive you, it's fine.
9,
after a short break.
10.
No, I could revive him now.
But wouldn't you just be putting yourself in?
No, it's level 3.
Okay.
I'd be hurt, but I wouldn't die.
So, that's not terrible.
Nope.
Okay. Now all the other steps. So, what one's next? We have... Where are we here? Blah 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 blah. Strength drops, blah blah blah. Let me see. For those days you spend it nothing. Okay, so can you roll me a D100? And obviously 1 to 33 is your cannot cast wish ever again. Not that it really specifically matters at this point. Wow. So if you ever find another wish in this world, which is unlikely since you kinda used the last wish of this world, you'd be able to cast it again. Not bad.
Just.
Whew. Can you roll 2d4? We'll see how many days it would have been that you're fucked for your strength. Nope. Put those first two the other way around. Okay, so it would have been 5 days. So the visuals that we get are obviously very similar to when Vangar made his wish. And obviously the pain racks Keldrath down to 1 knee again. The ring goes dull. The last jewel that was lit. The energy dies down. Betuv looks up like, wait, what? What's going on? And Keldrath struggles to support his own weight. And that's where we end the session.
Yeah.
Just there. So I'll go back to our credit screen. And my suggestion for the name of this week is simply just The Last Wish.
I hear you.
Zora's other shit.
And then
But I feel like we did
just
have another obvious.
put them in, put your suggestions in, voice them for our audience, of course, as well.
I believe.
What is your thoughts there? I know Alexander can't type and speak at the same time. Okay. We have had that already.
Oh, have we?
Yeah.
Why am I not seeing? Oh, I'm in the wrong channel. Hello,
79.
chat.
79 was the fifth element.
Yeah. I could have sworn we had the fifth element. I'm not gonna lie.
Yep.
I'm sure I used it way up there.
Other Terry Pratchett novels are
Yeah.
available. Rest in peace, King.
And the Fifth Elephant is actually pretty fucking baller as a book.
It's good.
Yeah, it's really good. He says they aren't mostly all brilliant. First two, yeah, they're okay. Good, but not his best. He was still finding his feet. Right, so I'm just gonna... I've already had this one, so I guess I'm just gonna do that. Which I guess
It's a vote!
I was gonna say, I guess it still counts as a vote, but we've already had it.
You know what? I'll go for the last wish. It's dramatic.
Andrzej Sapkowski, please no sue.
Yes, no soup, please. Unlike the Fifth Element. Okay. Excellent. That was an easy one. Just in naming. Goals.
Always believe it.
So.
Oh, that's bingo.
Your bingo.
It's a bingo.
Sorry,
so
that was a very mature response. That I feel really helped.
We're at that stage, I think. And yes, Callum, always believe you are in fact indestructible. Oh.
I love how he enunciates indestructible as Just try to move.
Yep.
Because it has to.
Always
Rhyme with the
move. There we go.
Because as you know, legally you have to rhyme.
Yeah.
It's impossible to write a song without it.
Otherwise, the poetry.
Oh,
piece
you
will
haven't
come
seen the
through.
words I've written. You haven't seen the songs I've written.
Blorange is a word, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, goals. Free the Baru from the Illithid. That has not happened.
Eh.
Not yet. Ascertain relationship between Illithid and Baru leadership.
We thought about it.
Coming
Meet-
to a show near you.
Meet with Sufim.
I tried. I was really trying.
Use remaining wish.
Woohoo!
We did it. Celebrate good times. Come on.
Move the goal over. You did in fact use the remaining wish.
Chris, I think you have the honours.
How
We
does that
already neutered them. Killing them would just be excessive at that point. Also, the character who got the first wish was good, neutral good. And what are you? Are you also neutral good? Or are you lawful good? Or you're some sort of good, right?
work? Me?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
What is your alignment?
Aren't you chaotic good or chaotic neutral maybe?
Chaotic neutral, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, chaotic neutral is not exactly genocide likely.
Yeah. It's leaning away from genocide. Not totally
if
out
I
of
were
it.
going to, if I were going to have killed them, I would have, as I said at the time, I'd have handed that ring over to Fleabag.
Chaotic neutral.
Fleabag's whatever alignment where their skins is.
Oh god.
Does this go way down the bottom down here?
Yeah.
Done.
Bottom of completed. That's where it goes. Oh, that really threw me there.
Leave?
Um,
I don't think we achieved any of our personal goals. Unless the dragon has become self-sufficient in the meantime.
when are you going to learn that though?
How do you judge
When he
it?
tells us. I'm sorry, mother and father. I
I am leaving the house.
I am a gentleman, and
Oops.
must pursue my own affairs to such ends as I please.
Okay, so is the hope
I
that-
will write you often.
is self-sufficient code for sentient or like speaking? Should I say not sentient? Speaking.
No, it's code for being a stuffy person from the Georgian period.
Okay, that's going to be really
I-
difficult to spot or really obvious. I'm not sure which. But for
Yeah.
Vanguard to be able to say that was George, yeah. I'm eager to see how that goes.
He could probably identify the architecture.
Have we secured a safe exit from Barrows City?
We just lost it.
I differ. I differ. We now have a healthy dragon who could maybe eat a few chunks of magic wall.
I cannot remember the GM saying that the spells worked.
So,
So at the present time, we have nothing.
Yes, I still have 3 points of exhaustion.
So, regardless of that, self-sufficient dragon, arrange a meeting with the Brute, resistance leadership, obtain a suitable magic weapon. Are any of the goals changing? Use heavy blank goal as well. What is going into blank goal?
I think it should be something Batuff related.
Okay. Leaning which way?
I think it depends, obviously. Like, maybe it could be something to do with figuring out if we can leave him here safely. Because obviously he made it clear that he would leave if he had to, but clearly didn't want to.
But that's mostly because it's the fear of the unknown, right? He's never been out of Barrows before.
And do we want to bring him along for the ride? Like, is that a good idea?
I mean, he is smart. I'll give you that, right? He's well read. He can speak a bunch of languages.
Fights like a fish.
He is pretty garbage. You could fix that though. There are sidekick rules that means you could fix him.
Training montage.
How to train your Baru. The dragon's just sat over the popcorn. Just
We
nodding.
might give him his armor and his weaponry and show him how to use it.
I don't imagine that's the impression Sufim gave off.
No,
Um,
me either.
But yes, Sufim may have more than one suit. That's true. But yeah, so what are we thinking then for a Batuve related goal then? Keep Batuve safe.
That's not a bad one.
Ensure
It assumes
Batuve's
he's
safety.
currently safe. It's the only problem.
Yeah.
Care for Batuve until he's self-sufficient.
Do you know something,
Uh.
Chris? Just have inspiration for that. That was funny. That was so funny. Like, just tick it on your sheet if your little dragon symbol above your proficiency isn't already ticked. Tick it now, please, because that was
Oh,
good.
it is. I've still got inspiration for some reason. I'm sure I've used that.
Because that was pretty good.
Or-
That was funny.
Uh,
Either way, you've got it now.
that's how I would phrase it. Oh my god, what's happened with my goal?
It's because of the format.
Oh,
You need to copy one
yeah.
down
Alright,
because you deleted the format.
I didn't delete no format.
No, I cut it instead of copying it. It looks like.
You monster.
You're full of
I
it,
did,
Coke.
I know.
Copy and paste next time.
Oh,
How sizable is it supposed to be? 16th century.
Fleabag, how come I've never seen this parallel before? What a terrible idea.
I don't know what that is. Oh, it's Richard and Morty.
Richard Sanchez and his Dragante.
I think I might rephrase this to something proper.
I've just read it. Fucking hell, Colin. Do you know what? It's fine. Leave it.
Okay,
Mhm.
okay. It's of the quality
It's
that
so
you come to
fucking
expect.
terrible. Do you want to read it for the audience?
It's a noble party ensafens the Batuvus man.
Does everyone want
Perfectly cromulent.
Is
It
it-
is, isn't it?
does everyone want to clip?
I
that?
thought so.
Yeah, good.
They
my
have
God.
always been noted for my silver tongue.
Mm-hmm. The thing you lost due to syphilis, was it? Why you had to get a silver tongue? Was that what the reason was? Something
I
stupid
think
like
that
that?
was, yeah.
I believe that episode's called Lisa the Iconoclast, and I have described you as an iconoclast before.
You know,
Yep.
you're not the only one weird.
Anyway, I'm glad goals are done. That's a thing. Everybody obviously gets to add some XP, right? That's nice. It's 900, I believe, you get to add, because these are level 9, right?
That sounds like what has been said previously.
So, what are we on now?
So it'd be 60. What would be 60,400?
550.
500, sorry. Yeah. I can't count. So that's important to note.
Okay. I like that.
Getting there, slowly but surely. We are
Yeah.
edging
Well,
towards that juicy 10th level.
there's what, like 64,000 next goal, and
Mhm.
you're at 60,550. It's all right, yeah. Just need to start chaining these next goals that you've got lined up. Not bad, and they're all kind of possible that you could chain them, right? Meeting with Sufim and getting out, for example, or perhaps chainable.
Kind of possible is the best kind of possible. But yeah, those are
Yep.
naturally, sort of intuitively would go together. So that's
Yep.
good.
Right. So, wrap up chat. Did everybody add their new XP totals, by the way? I assume did you update yours previously? I did put it in the chat and stuff for you.
Yeah, I did it just in the sort of intro today.
Can you see why I don't just say what we're adding? I just say what the new totals are each week.
Mhm.
Like it's easier. It saves people that have missed weeks having to go, but I didn't get all my XP. So wrap up chat. Keldrath, why don't you start us off?
that was a struggle.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
A struggle. Oh my god, we should have called it struggle session.
That's next week.
Yep.
God damn it, old me. What do you think of that?
Yeah, just that round and round in circles, no decisions getting made. This is
I did stand by though. Like I think I will say in Everybody's defense, we did narrow things down by highlighting the sheer level of problems where we realized literally everything comes with risk.
definite. I'm not blaming. I'm not accusing. We all had a change of minds. We all had a direction we all thought we should all go. That was actually the same direction
Mhm.
as everybody else, but just not the reluctance for this decision to be made.
Mm-hmm.
We ended up going round and round in circles. So,
Yeah.
decisions made, wishes made. I'm now half dead until the next session. We're in a better place for the next part of the adventure, whatever that may be. Yeah, no arguments for that at all. Just we should have done it 2 hours ago.
Yeah, but like you have now explored quite a lot of the options you had in front of you though. Like even though it might seem like you did nothing for 4 hours, you did go through a lot of information. It wasn't like it wasn't used. It just doesn't seem like you have done much. You have. You have like probably you'll find next week you will be a lot more focused. Rather than I say this so optimistically.
Tongue in cheek there, any
Yeah.
chance?
But
I think you will.
you don't have the analysis paralysis wish burden anymore. You just now actually have to go do shit. So that is a massive like focusing lens for you guys. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. Yeah, it was tough though.
You underestimate my power.
So yeah, anything else, bud?
No, that's really about it. That about covers it. I'm not going to drag this one out at
Okay.
all. It's just
Yep.
A long, tired week so far, and that just didn't help my mind. So, carry on. Yep.
Yeah, I think that it is definitely for the best that we are no longer burdened with that glorious purpose.
Hey.
Yes. Yes.
And now we can strike forth with our as strong as we were before. Like we have, we're definitely not in a worse position.
No, you're in a significantly better position potentially.
We're in a significantly better position probably than we were like in the last few hours. That's definitely no dispute.
Agreed.
So now we can go get it. Now we can go insert Twitter clap. Get the spaceship.
Twitter clap. I like that you call it that. That's good.
It just sounds like some horrible disease. Anyway, so please continue.
Yeah. That's when you meet up with someone in the DMs. Don't do that, guys.
When you slide into.
Oh dear.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to that, and I'm glad that Gembite is also going to be slightly less vulnerable. Still gonna push for let's just see what happens if we go to the kitchen. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's something useful. We don't know.
How many builds do they have?
And maybe after that we can, if it works, and go down and see if they've got like a big like big industrial like furnace or something.
Can you imagine if you just killed Gembite? Like, wow.
I would be against that.
What smells so good? Oh dear.
So I can't let it go to waste now.
That's Fleabite's ultimate plan. A new meal. Okay.
Gotta replace the
Episode
bad
1.
bits.
And you mean
Oh dear. Okay, yeah. Mhm.
the Uncle Win special.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Aunt Beru. Now I understand the link. The Baru!
God!
She's B-E-R-U, I believe.
Yeah,
not
but even so,
B-A-R-U. Yeah, right. That's bizarre. I've never made that link until now.
I know. How did we make 84 sessions?
There was no Uncle Owen to precipitate it. Because as soon as I hear Uncle Owen, you just hear...
colour is
shout.
this is a question and a half. What colour is Baru milk?
I really hate that I knew that's where you were going. So moving on. Alexander, do you want to talk more?
Nope, actually I don't.
Okay, good. Wenger,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah, no, that was analysis paralysis incarnate, but it's good. We needed to get that shit out,
Yeah,
the
blow away the
system.
cobwebs, yeah.
And because we needed to either sort of stay or go, and if we were going, fine, but if we were staying, yeah, like we were pretty fucked, and I think we're in a better position now. Maybe we can actually get some stuff done. But yeah, I'm looking forward to our new fully operational party taking to the town next session, and now both non-evil members of the party have used Wish. I think that was a wise choice.
I'm not surprised Fleabite wasn't allowed to make a wish, but I am curious to see the world in which he did.
I mean, you could always run that game, Ryan. No one's stopping you.
Okay, so session 83.5, where I go back and just do another one. Or 84.5, I should say.
You
Yeah.
do the alt world,
Yeah.
which you need to do a spin-off campaign.
Just the
Multiverse
Terran
of
universe, yeah.
madness.
Oh dear. Anything else, bud?
No. I think I've kind of exhausted my voice a little.
That's fair. Yeah. I don't want to run too late anyway. For people's. Well, given that, you did well to actually get through the paralysis to a decision, and I think it was a good one. As the GM, I think getting rid of your burdens mechanically is very good. It lets you actually take actions with, as we've mentioned before, like a fully armed and operational party. Yeah, and it removes someone else being able to use Wish. So, you did good. It was a good thing to do. I thank you all for playing. Thank you to everybody who watched. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you to Siren and also to Callum. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
And to everybody else who joined us also. If you're watching this back, well, good for you. Welcome. If not, okay. Jeremy Crawford, hello and goodbye. Fix those
Hello.
dragon subclasses for the sorcerer, please. Thanks. I say goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.